Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? We're about... Relativity seemed to have delayed the cast a little bit. I'm not sure we're going to get a launch today, but we'll see what happens. Those upper-level winds don't seem to be cooperating here, but we'll see what's going on. How are you all doing today? Good? Bad? Gravy? It's the weekend. That's good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Derek, 49-month resub. U20 is set for 1:45 p.m. Eastern. Cool, cool. Hungover but good, right? Weather is perfect. Yeah. Okay. Hope you have coffee ready. I don't have any coffee in the garage, so I might need to take a break in a little bit and go grab some. I ran out of K-Cups yesterday. I have to go get some. That's going to be fun. No winds, no clouds. Well, ground wind. Yeah. The upper level winds might not cooperate today, but we'll see. So, yeah. Hoping they do their go, no-go poll before I have to go play D&D. Noreth, quite possibly one of the nerdiest things that I've ever heard in this chat. I commend you on your nerdry and wish you all the best. Yeah, there it is. That Crew 5 undocking yesterday was cool. So yeah, guys, I didn't cover the Crew 5 undocking because I needed to be here today, and I needed to get up this morning because I had a bunch of stuff to do around the house plan today, but everybody just decided to launch today, so... Pain. I might need to take a break between Relativity and Electron, but yeah, you know... I know who I am. I don't hide it. Good man. All right. So, yeah. When's the launch window? Well, The launch is scheduled for 1, but they seem to be pushing back just a little bit. My guess is that they're trying to plan the T0 time around those winds. That's just a guess though. Yo, Saturday stream. Yep. Yeah, I have the YouTube link open, but it's gonna be a second before it gets going. So we got a 1 to 3 launch window today. Show will get started a bit past 12. In the meantime, you asked our playlist and ye shall receive. Oh boy. Yeah, we got some good pictures of the rocket on the pad there. Is there one for tomorrow? No, I don't think so. So we got Terran 1, which got pushed to 145. And then we got Stronger Together, which is an Electron launch out of Wallops at 6 tonight. Got 2 big uns. Ironically, very small rockets, but pretty high-profile launches. And then Proton is tomorrow, but I don't know if we'll get a. It's a I think that's a defense satellite, the VKSRF mission. I'm pretty sure, so you're not going to get a stream of that. And then the next one on the list there is Falcon 9 on Tuesday. And then the B goes on. Nice. It's a good one. Good one. And then, yeah, next week we got 2 Falcon 9s teed up. And then that one's cool. L68. That's going to be one of the last Delta 4s. You're on for the whole day with KSP or just the launches? I might need to take a break, dude. I have stuff that I need to do around the house that I've been neglecting because I did not. I've taken 2 days off in the past like 3 weeks. Oops. Whoops. Hey, MGI, what's going on? I'm sorry, I wanted to play Kerbal. To be fair, I purposely cleared my schedule. I'm like, people are like, hey, can you come do that? No, I'm busy right now. Any updates on the Crew 5 landing? Crew 5 landing will be splashing down actually a little bit after Electron tonight. They did on dock last night. I didn't cover it because I had to get up and do stuff this morning. And them rain gutters don't clean themselves. Yep. Landing location. I believe they're going off the coast of Tampa. The launch is a little bit behind watching, but everything should be good, yeah. We'll be covering the Israel launch next week. It depends on when it is, dude. You following the SVB news? Sure, Tessa. I'm not sure what that has to do with space at all, but yeah, sure. And before you go and explain what it has to do with space, I don't really want to talk about it. Not on here. No, I don't want to. Yeah. Hard pass. Hard pass. No, I don't. Yep. Nope. I don't think that's what people like. The majority of people that watch this stream are tech people. I'm pretty sure they don't want to hear about that, dude. pretty damn sure. You know. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I'm just waiting. Right. Yeah. We're just waiting here, kind of in a holding pattern until the stream starts, but... Yeah, Tessa, I have been following it. Yeah. Don't want to... I don't... No thanks. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern here until the GLHF mission. It got pushed back just a little bit, but out of curiosity and not the rover. How long does it take to get to the store and back? I don't have enough time. Being out in the sticks, dude. The grocery store's a little ways away. Yeah, it's not like down the street like it was up in the city, dude. I could just walk down to the bodega. The bodega. Say it with me. Bodegas. Looking forward to Thursday. Yeah, we got the patch for KSP2. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully if QA doesn't find anything, you know. Patch for KSP2 is coming on the 16th. So it's next Thursday, MGI? Yep. Greetings from Germany. I just joined in. When does the launch start? Hello? Wie geht's? The launch is... Coverage will start in about 20 minutes. The launch is scheduled for about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Yeah. Dude, how about that graphics optimization, man? Or the post about the graphics optimization yesterday. Did you guys see that? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Dude, I feel vindicated as hell. CPU bottleneck, baby. Called it. Man, I feel good. That really made me happy. Yeah, the one about the new terrain system. PQS Plus doesn't... It can't handle it. It can't handle the graphics from the game. They're switching to CBTS, which is their basically a different, more better optimized way that's using software from this decade. The 16th is a special someone's birthday, if you didn't know. Special? Right. Yeah. This house is clear. Losers? Loser. Yeah, Ordon, I don't like to brag like that, but man, dude, I was taking flack. I was taking flack for calling it a CPU bottleneck. People were like, oh, you're hitting a copium, I'm like, dude, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff. Like, that's the stuff I actually went to school for. No? All right, whatever. What do I know? Your KSP2 PC is done. Very nice. Very nice. Have there been this many launches for a while? It seems like a lot recently. Aqua Turtles 2022 was the highest amount of launches globally since the space race, since the mid-1960s. Yeah, that was the highest one. Stay here. Stay as long as you can. And this year is scheduled. It's scheduled to go up even more. SpaceX hit what did they hit last year, guys? It was like 70 launches or something. 70 launches is absurd. That's a lot of tonnage to orbit. 61 launches, Pathfinder. It's bananas, man. Yeah, no, the commercial space sector is really taking. I did it. I'm sorry. That was out of line. Yep, they're shooting for 100 this year. Yep, it's really taking... Chat, you've corrupted me. Why? Why would you do this? Get out, end stream. All right, cool, we're done here. I mean, some of them are exploding. Shorba's like, see you later. Oh, boy. What's the confidence level for Falcon Heavy launch on the 8th? Nefarious, you know what the thing is with Falcon Heavy? I have confidence that it's going to go. But, payloads. It depends if the payload's ready. Because Falcon Heavy, SpaceX can hit the launch cadence. I think they've proven that. So I would be more like, if you really want to know, like, the confidence of that mission, check on, like, the payload for it. And if it's a national security mission, I mean, it's kind of a little bit difficult. But, it's Viasat, so, yeah. Just see if you can poke around and find anything about the payload, because the payloads are the bottleneck for Falcon Heavy. That's why Falcon Heavy doesn't fly very much. SpaceX has 2 Falcon Heavies waiting at the Cape right now, like just parked in the hangar. No joke. We have fun here. Hey, Minsus, ciao, como stai? What's going on, buddy? Yeah. Will Falcon 9 fly the X-37B? It already has on the OTV 4 mission. Have fun storming the castle, huh? Hey, Super. Good morning.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So yeah, guys, we got that patch, and the patch fixes that fuel flow bug. I'll admit, I found the fuel. I didn't find the fuel flow bug. The devs told me, and everybody else about it. And I just figured out a way to play Kerbal that makes it fun. And dude, we have fun yesterday? The C-17 to space. That was funny, man. That was a good time. Sometimes it's fun to just do power builds like that, where you just go in and just make something nuts and not have, like, you know, you don't have to sit there and think about it. Because how I would engineer that, and this is probably how we're going to go about it on Monday, is like actually go through like stakeholder expectations and figure out how to build it right, you know? OTV 5 flew on Falcon 9. Thank you. Did you manage to get it to min-miss? I couldn't get the thing up into space. The tank rover wheels just aren't really doing me any favors, dude. Yeah. So there's not enough demand for them to fly all 3 rockets? No, watching the opposite of that. There is plenty of demand for it. It's just they can't build the payloads fast enough. SpaceX can get the rocket ready faster than people can build payloads. The demand is high, but the payloads have to be there. You can't launch nothing into space. Yesterday was very early 2010s Kerbal vibes. Yeah, it was a good time, dude. I built a B-52 in KSP, and when the engines are running, I get like 5 FPS. I shut them off, and I can get 40. Can't wait for that patch. Yep. You know, provided nothing goes wrong here, dudes. Provided nothing goes wrong here, we should be good. Yeah. Is that Relativity rocket attempt happening today? Yeah, Winnie, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. If I didn't have confidence that it would be, you know? Did they get their fairing bottleneck improved? Yeah, Mr. Steven, ironically, yeah, they did. So SpaceX basically abandoned trying to catch the fairing, and what they did instead was make the fairing waterproof. Yeah, they made the fairings waterproof, dude. And they, the fairings just parachute down into the water. And then the boat has a huge, like, catch net. And they sink the catch net underneath the fairing, and then they just pull it out. Yeah, it's interesting. You can tell that the fairings are waterized because the positive pressure vents on the fairings are, like, at the sides now rather than being on the bottom. Because when the fairing comes back down and when it lands, right, you don't want your vents. Now, like, every fairing has vents on it. The Space Shuttle payload bay has vents on it because when the Space Shuttle flies up, you don't want to accidentally pressurize the payload bay. Because then when you open it, it'll psh into the vacuum. So fairings, payload bays, they have vents. They have a vent on it, so as the rocket goes up and up, the air basically drains out. Falcon 9 has them. They're vents that are at the bottom. And they used to be like, if we're looking at the half of the fairing, like this, they used to be like 2 here and 2 here. And now there's 2 on the sides instead. So you know that they waterize the fairings and they just land. But yeah, they got around the fairing bottleneck by having the fairings just come back down and land. And they just fish them out of the water. Speaking of that, Bob returned with the halves of OneWeb 17. All right, let's see what we got. Yep, there they are. See them? And right there, see that little dot? Here, let me zoom in on zoom in on this. Take a look. See right there and right there? Right there? Those pieces. Those are the vents. Those are the fairing vents. See, they're on the sides. And they used to be down here. They changed all that so they could recover the fairings quicker because catching the things wasn't working. Yusuf, hey, 30-month resub. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Burbs, 47-month resub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. So, yeah, Mr. Steven, they, ironically, because your name was the name of the recovery ship, that's funny to me. They figured that problem out. Okay. Here's another picture from Relativity there. Ooh, that's nice. Go at throttle up. Wide peepo resubs. The catch attempts actually broke the dang ships. Yeah, crashing the fairing onto the deck of the ship is, yeah. Yeah. I love how the boats are named Bob and Doug. And, yeah, the fairing recovery ships are named Bob and Doug, and the dragon recovery ships are named Megan and Shannon, which is actually pretty cool. Very knowledgeable on this stuff. Impressive. Thanks, man. I'm kind of a nerd, dude. I kind of got a lot of people fooled. But, I don't have any of you guys fooled. I'm talking about normies. Kind of got a lot of them fooled, you know, like, you don't look like a nerd. Oh, yeah. Your boy is a big freaking nerd. Not just that. The weight of the arms cracked the structures of the ship. Yep. Madrone ships just read the instructions. Shortfall of gravitas. What is this, Thomas? Oh, DCS. I don't hate that. That's pretty cool. Really the go-to source for info. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just a big nerd. Like, you know, you wouldn't know by, like, if I was walking down the street. I don't know. It's kind of nice just, you know, if you walk down the street, you know, I don't need to profess my nerddom to everybody. I'm just a regular dude. Like I said, got a lot of people fooled. Did you just call Goalie Bear Thomas? Hey, it's early. I'm still waking up. When everybody tags me, dude, it's just a blot of red text, like a highlight red. So it looks all like one thing. I have to, like, wake up a little bit to actually start picking apart everybody's messages. Choop, what's going on, man? Like this? Yeah, like that. So just make it more difficult for me. That's fine. I don't have any coffee up here, man. This is ridiculous. Why would you do this to me? Oh, boy. Here, I actually got some footage teed up here. This is last night. There we go. Crew 5 undocked. Adios. That's nice. You always know when a dragon's been up there for a little while because it starts to get discolored. That's radiation staining the, yeah, staining it, Bill. Yeah, absolutely. It's the Ganj stain. I don't think they're, you know, hitting it inside of the station. You don't want to smoke inside of a pressurized mechanism. That's not a good idea. That's just not smart. You want to go outside to do that. Hey, EJ, what do they make fairings out of? Do they vary from rocket to rocket? Yeah, Keenbop. Sometimes it's just aluminum sheets. Sometimes it's just, on simpler rockets, it's just aluminum sheet metal, basically. On a rocket like Falcon 9, it's a little bit more complicated. The fairings are still usually made out of aluminum because they need to be lightweight. But what they do is, Well, have you ever baked a cake before? I'm actually asking. You ever baked a cake? Baking is fun. It's a good time. King Cobra, damn, I was telling my wife about you and your stream. She was bored as frick. Her loss. Can't please them all. So, if you ever baked a cake before, the fairings are made like that. So, it's an aluminum honeycomb. So, think almost like a beehive, I guess. But they're like, you have a strip of aluminum that's about this thick, right? And it's just a honeycomb aluminum, right? And what they do is they wrap carbon fiber on the inside and on the outside of it. And then they take the fairing and they go and put it into an autoclave. Basically a pressure cooker. That's the size that could fit a school bus inside of it. And they basically heat treat the carbon fiber. So it's layered like a cake. It's almost like an aerospace Oreo cookie. Seriously, if you like cut a piece of the fairing out, you like hole punch the fairing and took a little piece of it, it would look like a whoopie pie almost. It's weird, right? Like, how thick are the capsule walls? The capsule walls are milled aluminum, Doom, so a little bit different. It's not a honeycomb like the fairing. They make the fairing out of honeycomb to save mass, right? So you have this basically super weak aluminum structure that's super light, and the carbon fiber basically reinforces it, and that's what keeps the fairing strong. But the capsule's pressure vessel is made out of milled aluminum and stir welded together here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There's pictures of it around here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. There's the pressure vessel. That's what Dragon looks like. See? It's built very much kind of like the fuel tanks, but Dragon's shape is kind of, because SpaceX basically crams the service module into the bottom of Dragon, that's what all these things are. Those are also milled aluminum. They're milled aluminum plates that attach to the pressure vessel. But the pressure vessel's built kind of like a fuel tank. It's very similar. And yeah, the original Dragon design had windows left and right, but they got rid of that. King Cobra gifted a sub to Buzz. There you go. Yeah, she can... Oh, geez. Have a little of her money. Dude, don't do that. Damn, man. The disrespect. That's so screwed up, dude. That's so messed up. Can you talk about radiation in space? How does it get there? Well, a lot of the radiation comes from the sun. Synonymous hippopotamus. A lot of radiation, it comes from the sun, dude. The sun is like a giant power plant. And just like any other power plant, it has an exhaust. Power plants have exhaust. You know, normally with a power plant, you see the exhaust in the form of like a cooling tower, and steam is the exhaust. The sun is fusing hydrogen atoms together. And fusing hydrogen has byproducts. Now, a lot of that radiation gets caught in Earth's magnetic field. Some of it makes it through. Some of it hits part of the atmosphere where there is no magnetic field at the North and South Pole. That's what the auroras are. It's those charged particles from the sun hitting our atmosphere and reacting with the gases. But there's a bunch of different types. There's alpha, beta, and gamma radiation and X-ray radiation up there. There's all kinds of stuff. A lot of it gets caught in the magnetic field. Most of it gets caught by the atmosphere. So down here on the surface, all you're going to do, I mean, UV still makes it down to the surface. That's why you get sunburned, right? Or you get a tan, right? But a lot of that stuff is up there. And most of it, the vast majority of that stuff is the exhaust from the sun. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not all of that. There is radiation, interstellar radiation called galactic cosmic waves. And those are coming from other stars. Yeah, it comes from other stars, comes from all kinds of crap. Space is not a uniform place. There's a lot of stuff up there. A lot of stuff up there that we can't see, like radiation. You can't see it. It's not in the visible light, right? But a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff floating around up there. Now, I know what everybody brings up, like, oh, with the radiation. We can't live with radiation. Yeah, you can. An aluminum pressure vessel like Dragon will block out. It'll bounce most of the radiation. Remember, you want to bounce the radiation. You don't want to absorb it. Certain metals are better at conducting radiation than others. Lead, for instance. Lead really likes to absorb radioactivity. But you don't want to absorb radioactivity in space. That's a bad idea. People say, oh, just line your spacecraft with lead. That's a really stupid idea. That is like making a boat hull out of a sponge and hoping you don't get wet. It's like, oh yeah, I made this rowboat out of sponge. Let's go float it around. Oh, it sank. Not good. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Is the radiation weaker in interstellar space? Actually, that's what Voyager 2 and Voyager 1 are trying to figure out, Zymus. Yeah. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Yep. In fact, guys, if anybody here still knows how to operate a TV with rabbit ears, the static that you get, that's what that is. It's radiation. Your TV is picking up all that crap. That's what the snow is on the television. That's what it is. It's all the radiation, the galactic cosmic waves. Your TV antenna can pick that up. Doing good. How are you and Brimo? Everything's good, man. There's some extremely interesting research into genetically engineered fungi that eat radiation for energy production, aka using the radiotropic fungi in the hull of your ship to protect against radiation. That's kind of cool. TV snow always tasted really good to you. You can't. Don't lick the snow. What's wrong with you? Lead is a very interesting material if you have some time for a spare day off. Today is my day off, man. Today's my day off, and I have no time. Everybody just decided to launch and land capsules today. I'm like, all right, might as well just work. So like, that's why I couldn't cover freaking the Crew 5 undocking last night, dude. I had to actually get up and do normie things this morning. Like I said, I got a lot of people fooled. I have to actually pretend like I'm some functioning adult or something, you know? Happy day off. I'm not even supposed to be here today. What about licking 9-volt batteries? Rec, did you do that? Because if you did, that explains a lot. You're an adult? No, I didn't say that, Mank. I said I have to pretend. I got a lot of people fooled. Bro, you lick 9-volt batteries. Don't lie. No. Grab maybe once, and then I'm like, wow, this is dumb. And then I would just take 9-volt batteries and click them together. Nothing bad happens. Everyone's pretending, bro. Hando, that's a conclusion that Brimo and I have kind of come to. You know, it's like you see people and it seems like they have their stuff together. Like, oh, you're a functioning. No. No one has, nobody has their stuff together. No, it's just, yeah, you're right. Okay, Doom. Yep. Did Relativity scrub? No, we're still waiting for the cast. They pushed back a little bit. My guess is that they're trying to find the ideal launch. They're trying to find the ideal launch T0 time because they're dealing with intermittent upper level winds. So that's why they probably pushed it back. If I had to guess, that's just a guess. That's not news. Nobody has it together. That's what I'm figuring out, Hazanku. Yeah, you just kind of give it your best and kind of go from there. I always thought it was cool that you could see the cosmic background radiation on your television. Yeah, D, that's really, yeah, that's legit, man. That's really neat. If they didn't want us to connect 9 volts together, they shouldn't have designed them differently. Nodders. T-minus, we're about an hour out, Dan. Yeah. I mean, BXD, I don't know if you were here for this stream, but my guitar is getting fixed right now. My dad's fixing my guitar for me. But so I have a soundboard over there, like a mixing board, like a musician mixing board. And I used to pipe that into the computer in my old apartment. I haven't set this up yet, guys, because we haven't really had the need to. But so what we used to do is I would turn the overdrive on the amplifier, and I would leave the guitar right there. And I would really crank the overdrive to 11, like Spinal Tap style, right? And because it was piped through the mixer into the computer, I'd boost it on the mixer. And when a thunderstorm was coming through, right, in the summer, we would sit there and we could actually hear the lightning. The EMF from the lightning was getting picked up by the pickup coils on the guitar. And we could hear when it was lightning. It would go when it would when lightning would strike. It was actually really freaking cool. Hi, new here. Is this just a hobby interest or your career? Davin Knox, this is what I do, man. Yeah, this is what I do. I sit here on Twitch and I teach people about rockets. Also, Fluffy Bunny had a Prime sub in there. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it was really fun. Are you owned by NASA? This shirt is, Pathfinder. This shirt is. Yeah, see? It says it right there. The shirt is. Anyway. Oh, Salient. No, that's no good. But yeah, we could hear the lightning strikes. The pickup coils on the guitar were picking up the EMF from the lightning bolts. And when one was super close, you could really hear it because the guitar would go meow. And I'm like, whoa. It was really cool. Stream is live. Is it? Is it? I know. It's on my screen, dudes. We good. Yeah, so we did a little science experiment with lightning bolts and stuff, and I still have the mixing board over there. I gotta kind of hook that all back up, but yeah, in good time. Yeah, it was nuts, Aldezard. Yeah, that was cool. It was always a good time. Galactic Server, happy Saturday. What's going on? Oh, this is your job. Thanks for this. This is awesome. Yeah, guys. I have no formal background in engineering. I taught myself most of it. Don't do that. Go to school. It's a lot easier that way. Trust me on that one. just do it. That's the easy way. I remember when you muted and screamed so hard your voice got picked up by the guitar. When we dropped Dart. Yeah. I got pipes. Don't tell nobody. Oh, boy. As someone who isn't super smart when it comes to this stuff, how much faith do we have in this 3D printed rocket working? Adval, don't say that. I think it'll work. I mean, let's see why not. The dog flashback. Oh my gosh. Do you sometimes jam on stream? Yeah, sometimes, Evol. Yeah, I'm not that much of a guitar player though, to be honest with you. Oh, there's the clip.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, oh snap, 3D printed yeeter. Let's go. What's up, man? ETA until launch. They're targeting 1:45 Eastern, so about an hour out. The cache should go live here very shortly. But yeah, that's actually their printer doing its thing. It's just, so the printing head is just a welder. It's a welder that's feeding flux. The flux wire is a custom alloy, and it's aluminum from what I can tell. It looks to be aluminum lithium, but see, all they're doing is just laying a weld bead. They're just laying a weld bead on a 5-axis mill and and it just 3D prints tanks. Have you tried just printing more Delta V? Ever try to get a partnership with those online learning programs aligns with your self-taught background? I never tried, but yeah. Whoa, that sounded awesome, like a spook sound in a horror game. It's 85% 3D printed, Astro. The wires are obviously not 3D printed. Okay. We choose to go to the moon in this decade. Here we go. Isn't 3D printing going to burn up in the atmosphere? John Tennell, it's 3D printed metal. It's not PLA. They're not printing PLA, dude.
It's the world's first 3D printed rocket.
Rockets built and flown in days instead of years. That is the mission at Relativity.
Relativity.
Oh, dude, that's cool, man. I don't know what's going on. Doesn't matter. Relativity space. You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up, good to go. Rock and roll. There's a live shot. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Coordinates received. They're gonna try for it, Dan. Yep. They showed the updated Terrain in that bit, by the way. Very nice. I don't think so, Katra. I don't think you need to 3D print wires. You could just extrude copper. Hello.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where we are preparing for our second attempt at launching Terran 1, the world's first 3D printed rocket.
I'm going to go over to this side.
Today's flight is named Good Luck, Have Fun, or GLHF for short. This is Relativity's first launch. We'll be bringing you live coverage from Launch Complex 16, which is our launch pad here at Cape Canaveral, as we prepare for historic liftoff. I am Rachelle Aniceto, the Chief of Staff for the Vehicle Architecture and Technology team at Relativity Space. I support our Chief Architect, Kevin Wu, in the design, development, and product management of our medium to heavy lift reusable launch vehicle, Terran R.
And I'm Arwa Tazani Kelly, Technical Program Manager for Test and Launch at Relativity Space. I'm responsible for supporting the teams that design, build, and operate our test and launch sites across the country for both our Terran 1 and Terran R vehicles, including operations on the stages, engines, and propulsion components. Together, we'll be guiding you through our second launch attempt today. Now, if you joined us on Wednesday during our initial attempt, you know we ultimately decided to scrub due to propellant conditioning issues. Before we get underway today, we want to share a bit more detail and explain how it impacted our first attempt. During Wednesday's operations, a ground equipment valve was malfunctioning. This prevented us from having adequate control over achieving the cold temperatures we aim for with our liquid oxygen. The team has since fixed this valve and incorporated additional mitigations to get that liquid oxygen, or LOX, to remain at acceptable temperatures.
Damn GSE.
Additionally, we've seen questions about why we opted to schedule our next attempt today as opposed to going again on Thursday. The team was able to quickly repair that ground support valve, so that wasn't the cause for the delay. Instead, it had to do with our propellants. For those of you less familiar with Methalox-propelled rockets, our liquid natural gas is mostly comprised of methane. But there's also a little butane, ethane, and propane, which are higher-order hydrocarbons. As such, methane, being the simplest molecule, boils off faster, lowering its concentration over time. When we load propellant, we do so in a way that achieves our optimal methane levels. If we were to offload and reload those same propellants after a scrub, our methane composition would be off. Instead, we bring in fresh propellants, and the fuel then needs some time to level off to the right compound mix before we make another launch attempt. The good news is that propellant loading is proceeding smoothly today with no reports of issues with our valves or our propellant temperatures. Now we're currently at T-minus 50 minutes and counting. I did just receive confirmation that propellant loading is wrapping up for both stages. The range is green and the vehicle is healthy. However, we're keeping a close eye on upper level winds right now, since earlier forecasts were indicating marginal conditions for today's launch attempt. We use a combination of data from global forecast system modeling and real-time data from our weather balloons, which we are releasing periodically. We do this to determine if enough thrust vector control, or TVC margin, is there to overcome the atmospheric wind shear as Terran 1 approaches max Q. While winds at ground level today are acceptable for launch, remaining between 15 to 20 miles an hour,
Not those type
the
of
upper
balloons.
level winds could impact our ability to gimbal the engines enough to keep us on course for our intended orbital trajectory. Current data is indicating we are a go for launch, but this is something the team is continuing to monitor.
Thank you, Arwa. Arwa will provide regular status updates over the course of the countdown. In the top left of your screen, you can follow our countdown clock to help follow along in our pre-launch operations.
Thank you, Rochelle. And now a quick reminder about the purpose of Good Luck, Have Fun. This is a first launch, meaning that while we're aiming for Terran 1 to reach orbit, our primary focus is on gathering the data and learnings necessary to develop Terran R, our much larger medium to heavy lift reusable launch vehicle. The lessons learned from this mission will also enable us to improve our software-driven approach to manufacturing.
And today's launch includes many firsts. Terran 1 is the first 3D printed
look,
rocket, which
there's
is
me.
85% 3D printed by mass.
That was me.
It's in a race to become
I'm in
the
mission
first
control.
Methalox-propelled rocket to achieve orbit. And if orbit is achieved, Relativity will also become the first venture-backed space company to have successfully reached orbit on its first flight.
And it's worth noting that while Terran 1 will be capable of lifting 1,250 kilograms into low Earth orbit, or LEO, today's launch doesn't have a customer payload. We do, however,
In the
again,
future,
have a
consort.
memento
Yep.
on board, one that's quite unique to Relativity that we'll
is
tell you
Florida.
more about later.
So liftoff is currently scheduled approximately 48 minutes from now. This estimation may change as we work through our countdown. We will keep you updated along the way. Today's launch window lasts for 3 hours. This gives us time to troubleshoot any issues. If there are any unforeseen issues during the countdown, we can pause the launch sequence if necessary.
And as we await our
About
first
22
launch,
tons,
let's take a
Paxton.
minute to reflect on the path to this historic moment. In just 7 years, we've gone from an idea on the back of a coffee receipt to the 1,000 plus full-time employee company we are today.
Hi, I'm Tim Ellis. I'm CEO and co-founder of Relativity Space.
I'm Jordan Noon. I'm CTO and co-founder of Relativity Space.
And we are building the world's first fully 3D printed, robotically assembled rocket launch vehicle.
It's called Relativity Space. It's happening at a young startup called Relativity.
Startup in LA's aerospace hub that's on a mission to completely 3D print a rocket.
They're going to launch over there at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station with a rocket that they are printing with the world's biggest 3D printer.
I love that overdriven sound during the videos. Very nice.
Starting Relativity is a pretty big adventure. We wanted to be the first company in the world to 3D print an entire rocket, and I really felt this was inevitable. It's just myself and Jordan Noon. I was 25, I think he was 22, so we were getting an early start at building this thing.
I've always liked them, Simus. Always.
What's amazing is I actually have a photo of a Starbucks receipt where we wrote out the original vision of Relativity. Really, we knew building our own 3D printers, which had to be the world's largest 3D printers, was
Starbucks.
one of the first things that we had to figure out. So we spent the first couple of years really refining that technology, just frankly figuring out how to build a finance team, get customers, get any traction at all, really, just to start to breathe life into this vision that we were building towards, and having those first employees really start to define the values and culture of Relativity. Our first engine tests, our first igniter tests, our first Stargate prints of full-scale hardware. And
Nah, they got a lot of venture capital behind them, dude. $4.2 billion valuation, Jib. $4.2 billion will pay for a couple of robotic arms and a welding jig. That's, yeah, that easily. Easily. That's enough to do all the propulsion research that they would ever need. Kilograms, Stephen.
Those early days were a lot of hard-won battles, but we learned really, really quickly and really started to hit an inflection point about 3 years ago. Sending that email to Mark Cuban, I just felt we had absolutely nothing to lose.
There you go. Mark Cuban got involved.
3D printing is the future. I really feel so lucky that we live in a special time where we actually have the tools, the momentum, and the ability as a company and as an industry leading humanity's future in space. This is the year we're doing it. We've got tons of great team members working on it every single day, and I believe it's a challenge for any team, but for our team, we've got nothing to lose. So I'm very excited and humbled by the people that have joined us and what it means to actually build this thing together.
He doesn't drink dunks. SMH my head. No, Munchies, the sidewall thickness on that, dude, if the sidewall thickness on those tanks was 40 millimeter, it would not get anywhere near space.
We often get asked, what is relativity space?
It's too heavy.
Well, let me tell you, we
Probably
are
like
a rocket company.
12 mil?
We
Probably
build
less.
rockets designed to offer high performance and reliability while costing less to build and fly. This lets us put our customers first. Our long-term vision is to expand the possibilities for the human experience by creating humanity's industrial base on Mars.
Yeah, that's right, Bill.
Our rockets, Terran 1 and Terran R, have already been met with significant market interest. To date, Relativity has announced nearly a dozen signed customers for commercial and U.S. government payloads.
It's the upper stage LOX
Some
tank,
of our
Alex.
customers include OneWeb, Iridium, NASA, and the Defense Innovation Unit. Currently, Relativity's customer contracts amount to more than $1.65 billion.
Dude.
We are a private venture-backed company, and to date, we have raised over $1.3 billion in capital, with our most recent $650 million Series E round. This funding has allowed us to make progress on Terran R, as well as get Terran 1 to today's launch. With that, let's take...
That statement a couple of days ago hits a little bit different than it does right now.
Appears to be operating nominally. The weather is looking good so far. We're still keeping an eye on those upper level winds, but other than that, we're tracking
I don't want to talk
towards
about it,
a
but
1300
also
Eastern Time launch.
That is great to hear. Good luck, have fun is the maiden launch of our 3D printed Terran 1 rocket. Terran 1 is an orbital class rocket, and of course, reaching orbit would be a total home run. But as we've mentioned before, we're just truly looking for some important base hits here today. Notably, a key objective for today's flight is largely about proving our hypothesis that
SVB,
3D printing
Sierra
is a viable
Victor
way
Bravo.
to manufacture a
Google
rocket,
that. You'll see
and
what
it can successfully withstand the pressures of flight. Through robust ground testing, we're confident that we have a real shot at proving just that. And the more data that we collect from this first flight means that we'll have access to more insights. And this will give us the confidence that we're able to execute on Terran R. And it will help us solve all the hard problems that come with building a medium to heavy lift reusable rocket. As a business, we are following the Pathfinder product development approach. So the Terran 1 that you see on the pad today has always been our Pathfinder. It was designed to be a development platform for Terran R, and it has served us exceedingly well to date in that capacity as we've progressed through printing and testing ahead of today's launch.
So, fellas, okay, would I get on a 3D printed rocket? Sure. The only way I'd get on a 3D printed rocket is if the engineering is proven. You'd be stupid to get on that thing right now. And they would probably even tell you that. Rachel and Arwa would probably be like, yeah, don't do that. the thing about 3D printed rockets, guys, and that's why they're like, oh, we might have a real shot at doing this, is because this is a first test flight. It's the first test flight for this rocket. It's it's the first ground up test. Think of this like a beta test for the rocket. If it fails, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, ideally, you want it to succeed, and you obviously plan for the best, right? But it still might fail. Rocket science is tough, man. This is hard to do. It's hard to get it right, especially when you're introducing such a crazy new type of technology. With their bead-fed, 3D printed tanks, as opposed to like an aluminum stir-welded tank. It's a hard thing to do, to introduce that much of a game-changing technology. Like, and I don't mean to sound like some crazy marketing video. No, when you change that many elements of the manufacturing process and you try to buck the trend that hard, something could go wrong. That's absolutely a thing. Now, obviously, they're hoping for the best, but this is a test flight. It's a beta test for a 3D printed rocket. If it breaks, you figure out why it broke, and then you fix that on the next one. I mean, the other thing is that Relativity can rapidly prototype because they can make rockets faster than everybody else. They can make rockets a lot quicker. So they'll, if this one does fail, they can print another one really fast, It's an early access 3D printed rocket. Yeah. I don't think it'll break. Yeah, faster than SpaceX 619, yeah. I mean, yeah, SpaceX, a Falcon 9 takes a couple of months to manufacture. This thing takes a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's that quick. It's a 2-stage rocket. Yep, 2-stage rocket.
5 Eastern. We have updated that with the range, and you can follow along.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's why they keep giving themselves an out. Like, oh, if it fails, and you might misconstrue that as like, do you have confidence in your own vehicle working? Well, yeah, of course. But you don't want to sit here and be like, yep, it's gonna work, and then have it blow up in the middle of a stream. I mean, that's funny when it happens in Kerbal, and no doubt somebody would probably find that funny here, but that's not ideally what you're planning for. What is the gas coming out of that rocket? That's gaseous oxygen. Shaked. Yep. What kind of material did they use? It's an aluminum alloy, Kongi, from what they said, but they never said exactly what it is. If I had to guess, it's aluminum lithium. That's kind of an industry standard for tank wallage for rockets. If I had to guess, but that's just a guess. I know it's an aluminum alloy, but yeah, once again, I'm guessing aluminum lithium. Every rocket uses that for the fuel tank, a combination of aluminum and lithium. Just above the outgassing are those struts. So right there is your second stage feed lines. That's your methane tank vent line for the first stage. The fill and drain valves for the first stage are down here on 2 tail service mast umbilicals. Right here, that's a holder to hold the rocket in place. The rocket really can't stand up unless it's fully fueled, just like most rockets, right? Right here is your stage separation device. There's 3 of them in 3x symmetry, tri-symmetry there. This piece right here that goes from there to there, that's called an interstage. An interstage is basically a big structural cylinder. The second stage engine is kind of hanging in there. It's just hanging out. And then at the top of the first stage right here, on top of the LOX tank, that's where all the electronics are for the first stage. And then second stage has the engine hanging, and then you have your LNG, and then you have your oxygen tank. You can tell the oxygen tank is up top because they're venting off the top. You always vent tanks on top, you fill from the bottom, right? So on top of the second stage is usually where the brains of the rocket are. That's where the avionics are, and then on top of the avionics is usually a payload attachment fitting, which is where it's a fitting to attach payloads. But anyway, here, I want to hear this. Hold on.
Specifically, this is a development part that we use for our AON-R engine. It's an example of a turbopump housing. We use PBF to print our 9 AON-1 engines and the single AON vacuum engine on the second stage for Terran 1. We have been able to increase reliability through lowering our part count with PBF.
Part count?
And now let's maybe pull up an example of one of our WHAM development articles.
WHAM!
Our proprietary Stargate printers use WHAM for printing the vehicle structure. We developed a proprietary metal alloy that begins in a wire spool and is then fed into a Stargate printer. It's then heated and cooled rapidly to form small beads that, in succession, create the vehicle structure, layer by layer. That includes the Stage 1 and Stage 2 tanks that hold the propellant, their internal ribs, the common domes, and of course the nose cone. This is essentially what makes up the bulk of the visible part of the vehicle
Right,
on the
copy,
pad,
Mary?
except
Kinda wanted.
now it's painted white instead of the native silver that you see here. Now, I do want to mention that Terran 1 was again vertically printed using our 3rd generation printer, but our 4th generation printer will move horizontally to increase print sizes for our next and much larger vehicle, Terran R. But of course, first, we have to launch Terran 1.
That is right. We have to launch Turn 1 today. So for those of you that missed Wednesday's broadcast, let's do a refresher about the Turn 1 architecture.
Oh, hey, look. That's what
As
I
a
just
reminder, Turn 1 is 110 feet tall with a 7.5-foot diameter. Starting from the left-hand side and the bottom of the vehicle, there are 9 Aeon 1 engines. Each of these engines has a thrust capability of about 23,000 pounds at sea level. This gives us a max total liftoff of over 200,000 pounds. The Aeon 1 engine is designed with a gas generator cycle. We have thrust vector control actuators, or TVCAs, on the engines to gimbal the engines during flight. We have completed more than 2,000 engine hot fires, and with 10,000 seconds of runtime across the 191 Aeon 1 hot fire tests.
It's a pretty nice rocket.
The 9 Aeon 1 engines are attached to the vehicle through the thrust structure. This is what takes the loads from the engine thrust. And above the thrust structure is the stage with the WAM printed tanks that Arwa just shared about. This holds liquid oxygen on the top tank and liquid natural gas on the bottom tank. These tanks are pressurized using an autogenous pressurization system. We tap off a portion of the propellant from the engine, and this is run through heat exchangers that are mounted on the engines. The liquid propellant is converted into a gaseous state, and then this is piped back into the top of the tanks to maintain our required tank pressures.
Nah, baby,
Above stage 1 is the WAM printed interstage, and this holds our stage separation mechanisms. For stage separation, we use a pneumatic pusher system.
It's LNG, Waylem. So it's mostly methane, but yeah, they actually said something that we either missed or they didn't say it last time. It's propane, butane, and methane.
Restarts.
Oh!
Stage 2 also has WAM printed tanks just like stage 1. And above stage 2 is the WAM printed nose cone. For future missions, this would be replaced with a fairing and also have a fairing separation system. As we mentioned, there is no customer payload for today since this is our first launch, but we did design Turn 1 with a payload capacity of 1,250 kilograms to low Earth orbit, or LEO, and 900 kilograms to send synchronous orbit, or SSO, for customer missions. All data from Terran 1 development will be fed into Terran R. But our Terran 1 rocket is only part of the formula. As we get closer to liftoff, Arwa, how about another status update?
Yeah, of course. We are now at T-minus 31 minutes and counting. We're not tracking any current weather violations. As I said earlier, we're still going to keep an eye on those upper level winds, but the range is still green and the vehicle systems are still nominal. So as of now, we're still a go for our scheduled launch time. Now for our new viewers, here's a little more info about the systems you're seeing on the pad. The rocket rolls out of the hangar horizontally and is then lifted vertically by the transporter erector. This is the black vertical truss structure you see there behind the rocket. And then you'll also see 4 large towers surrounding the pad that make up our lightning protection system. They protect the vehicle from any direct lightning strikes. Inside of those, we have 4 much smaller black posts called rainbirds. They're used for acoustic mitigation for the rocket and do so by covering the pad with water to dampen the reflected acoustics at liftoff.
So, Van, this pad that they're using is Complex 16. Complex 16 is a former Titan launch pad that was used during the Gemini program. And after the Gemini program, it was used to test the Apollo service module. They made a service module test stand here. NASA gave it back to the Air Force after the Apollo program left, or the Apollo program got canceled. And the Air Force used it from the mid-70s to 1988, launching perishing missiles, doing perishing missile tests. Called the Bondulins. I'm having a stronk.
To the pad and creates that flame duct. The launch mount on top of it is one component of the transporter erector. It transfers loads into the pad deck during hot fire tests and engine ramp up at launch. It also contains the release system, or hold downs, and the quick disconnect, or QD carriages that provide propellant and other commodities to the vehicle while it's on the ground.
It's a little bit smaller Hydra.
Once again,
for the most part,
a big shout out to the ground crews out here for all of their hard work. They've helped us build and operate this launch infrastructure and supported vehicle integration and testing. And of course, they helped us prepare for today's second attempt. So thank you all so much for your incredible work.
These teams have also supported our rigorous test campaigns. Let's go ahead and take a look at Terran 1's journey to launch.
Stop overdriving the sound, dang it. There's the printer doing its thing. Bill, you here, buddy? They're using HVLP guns. See that? They paint it with automotive paint. Yeah, I bet, Bill, yeah. Nice. Upper level winds is what they're monitoring right now, Synerd. Yeah, Vasio.
Now, as we approach T-minus 25 minutes, we're going to stand by for a situational briefing from the launch director, Clay Walker, in Mission Control. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You said, or some other reason it would be a no-go. Synerd, upper level winds is their only concern. Did you not say that? You just said that in chat. Yeah, there's me. See, I'm right there. Just chilling. What's up? It looks like they're in a conference room at a hotel. Mr. Steven, I will say this, dude. I like the land center aesthetic, right? But also, dude, if I had a startup company, I would try to make it look like a console, you know what I mean? Like, I would try to make it look like the Apollo program just because, you know? That wouldn't take too much time, you know? Probably be a little bit more expensive than the land center aesthetic they got going on here, but... Yeah, exactly. Just get some plywood covers, dude, just to make it look like legit, you know? But this seems to be the norm, dude. Actually, see right there? That's literally my monitor setup. I have 4 monitors that looks just like that.
Tuning in, we are now awaiting
Yeah, legal.
a
Everybody's
situational
saying
briefing
that.
from Clay Walker at around T-minus
Clay.
24 minutes.
Bill Clay Walker. Things are looking good, Hypersonic. They're upper level wins. They're worried with upper level wins right now. I think that guy is the director. I think that's Clay Walker. I think. I'm not sure. It's usually the guy in the back. Dude, yeah, no, 4 monitors, dude. 4 monitors is sweet. He is Rocket Jesus. Is Tim Ellis there? I don't see him. One of these control centers is at Relativity in California. The other one is launch control at the Cape. I'm not sure which one is which. I think. Bill Clay. Yeah, I mean, the CEO, guys, honestly... So, like, once again, if this was me, I wouldn't... I don't know, dude. What would you guys do? Would you be there? I would be in launch control. That's probably where I would be. I would be in launch control with the mission director. I would be there. That's where I would end up. That's where I would want to be, you know? I'd be interested in watching the data all day. That's what I'd do. You'd be on the damn rocket! I wouldn't be on there on a test flight like this one, Captain, but yeah, I mean, ideally. That'd be cool, Maz, right? Assuming you didn't have other duties, I mean, if you're the CEO of a spaceflight company, priority 1 is this test flight working. You know, conference calls can wait.
I'm hearing here that the team is looking into those upper level wins before we proceed with the situational briefing. We should have an update here in just a few minutes.
I wouldn't be nervous, Abyss. I would just, yeah, you know, game face. Watching from Greenup County, Kentucky. Hi, Rebecca. How are you? I'm watching from Boston, or Cape Cod, Massachusetts. So I'm a little ways north of you, but yeah, hopefully this thing works. Austin, Massachusetts. Boston, Texas. What? Sleeper, 20-month resub. You say bust? It's a test flight. It's a test flight, so if it goes south, I mean, that's kind of what you would want. You would want it to go south right now, not literally. Like, if thing's gonna break, I would want it to break now. You want it to break during the test, not later. Hey, Stuart, what's going on? Fractal, 64 months. Happiest, that's good. That's what, dude, that's what Rocket Lab's mission control looks like. You'll see later when we cover the Rocket Lab launch. Rocket Lab's flight control center is, the walls are black, the ceiling's black, and the floors are black, and there's red accent lights. It looks like you're on the Death Star on that thing. It's pretty nuts, dude. Yeah, actually, that's what it does look like. It looks like the deck of a Star Destroyer. It looks like the bridge of a Star Destroyer. How do they optimize the first stage to get the best average thrust across the range of altitudes it goes through? Iglulik, there's a lot that has to do with that. The biggest one, I would say, I mean, there's a lot of different variables for that. Your expansion ratio on your first stage engine. Normally, you know, first stage nozzles aren't necessarily optimized to work on the ground, but they're not optimized to work in space either. Usually they work right in the center. They have an expansion ratio that's ideal for like maybe 30,000 feet off the ground. So that expansion, so the stat that you want to look up is called expansion ratio. It's literally the ratio from the throat of the rocket to the end of the nozzle, right? So from the impingement all the way to the end of the nozzle. Expansion ratio
on countdown net is the LD.
is what you want to look for.
We're holding the clock at T-minus 20 minutes due to upper wind violations. Stand by for a new T0 time.
And as you just heard from Clay, the team is going to hold at T-minus 20 minutes. We're going to continue evaluating those upper level winds.
They got a 3-hour
and get a
window
new
again.
T0.
Dang it, Bobby. They're holding. Winds aren't cooperating. So, all right, just in case anybody's wondering, why are upper level winds a big deal? Upper level winds are a big deal because there's a lot lower pressure up there. So because there's lower pressure up there, the air can actually speed up. Like air molecules can actually speed up before bumping into other molecules. And that ends up making winds up there really, 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 really high. Like you can get really fast winds up there, like 300-400 miles an hour, no big deal. Because literally it's lower pressure up there because you're further away off the ground. You're like not all the way up into space, but you're a good ways up there, right? So there's lower pressure, and because there's lower pressure, there's less air molecules for air to bump into when the wind gets blown around. So they end up, it just keeps going. The wind keeps pushing the air molecules around. So basically, upper level wind speeds can create wind shear on the rocket, or shearing forces on the rocket that exceed like 400 miles an hour isn't a shear force, but you get the idea. You could basically, it'll snap the rocket like a twig.
From the rocket into the humid Florida air out here. That's why the gas condenses into vapor and looks like clouds when it's coming
what's going on? So they're in a hold right now. They're waiting on the winds. How do they calculate the upper level winds? For Rooks, they literally let balloons go. They let weather balloons go 2 hours before the flight, an hour before the flight, and 30 minutes before the flight. And the weather balloons will tell them the data. Yeah, it'll tell them the forecast. You got a better way to do it? I'm all ears. No, not those types of balloons, guys. Damn. We don't need F-22s this time around, okay? Akud, I said not those type of balloons. Oh, boy. A wet finger in the air works good. Well, that's good for winds down here, but not winds up at 35,000 feet. So they are in a hold right now. Upper level winds are not cooperating, but the problems that they had on their first attempt are not a thing right now. Burb. NASA spy balloons! It's not NASA, it's the Space Force. You know what, Jorah? That doesn't make it better, does it? No, bird is not the word. Nerd is the word, all right? Because we're all nerds here. Yeah, nerd is the word. My aviation flight planning app had a warning for upper level wind shear. Upper level wind shear could snap a plane in half. Electric. Yeah, it'll snap a plane in half. It'll snap a rocket in half. Like, you really got to be careful with that stuff. Who are you calling a nerd? It's literally in your name! Sawyer, 64-month resub. Thanks, man. That's right, Zeno. Yep. Thanks for all you do. Sawyer, yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for helping contribute, dude. I do appreciate it. Is it an abort if a bird is on the nose cone at T-0? No, John, believe it or not. Look up STS-114. Or is it 116? The return to flight after Columbia, they launched when 2 birds were right over the rocket in bird strike. It wasn't a big deal, but also when rockets fire, when they're going up in the air, the rocket is moving so much gas that it actually creates a vacuum effect, and it pulls everything down with it. PETA would be pissed. PETA would be pissed. Oh, the superintendent's going to be pissed. Yeah. The frog, Shady. Yeah, the frog. The frog during one of the shuttle missions got ejected out of the flame trench, dude. And Shady, I've heard the stories. I've heard the stories of gators getting stuck in the flame trench. Guys want some cooked gator meat? Believe it or not, the flame trenches in Florida always have water pool into them because anything that's a hole in the ground in Florida has water go into it because it's Florida, right? So alligators actually find their way into the flame trench because it's a way to get out of the sun. And they often have to call gator control because, believe it or not, an alligator in the flame trench, apart from the, you know, animal in the flame trench, you don't want that. It's FOD. That could change something. You could screw something up. Like, you don't want that.
Holding the clock due to upper level winds. The team is currently evaluating this and will provide an update as soon as they have it. However, the vehicle is healthy and the range is currently green, so as soon as those upper level winds slow down a little bit, we'll be able to provide another update.
Okay. So right now, what they're doing, so okay, right, you guys want a little thing on upper level winds. I think now would be a good time to say it. So what happens is Relativity is coordinating with the range. So what's the range? Think about at an airport, there's a tower, and the tower is kind of controlling everything that's going on in the airspace, all right? And then if you know a little bit about flying, there's a center. There's a center control, okay? So center controls like a wide swath of airspace. The towers control the local airspace around the airport, right? So it's like center is up here, towers down here, and then ground is below that, right? So there's a hierarchy to it. With rockets, because you're not flying as much as planes, tower, center, and ground are pretty much all the same thing. And they're all run by Space Force Delta 45, so the 45th Space Wing, which is a division of the Space Force. They're the range, they're the traffic control, they're ground control. They give you, permission to launch. They tell you about the weather. So what they do is they release weather balloons, and they work with the FAA. They get the information from the FAA, and they also give the temporary flight restriction for the rocket and the notice to air missions, which tells you about the temporary flight restriction, basically saying, hey, don't fly here. There's a rocket going up. And they basically monitor that corridor, and they monitor the weather in that corridor for the rocket to fly. It's basically an imaginary box that goes all the way up into space. I mean, rockets need that unrestricted climb, if we're going to speak pilot, for a second, right? And on the ground as well, kind of.
Discovery,
yeah.
go at throttle up.
Too soon? Yeah, jeez. Lewis, 41 months. Sweet. So right now Relativity is coordinating with the range, and the range is monitoring those upper level winds. And how they do that is there is posts around the Cape. You can't really see them because they're in the brush, right? But there's posts around the Cape where they release weather balloons, and the weather balloons will get up to 35,000 feet, right? No, not as high as that other balloon. I mean, sometimes they could, right? I'm sorry, that the whole balloon thing is ridiculous. And they'll monitor the weather on there. The balloons have sensors on them, and it'll say how much the balloon is pushing in one direction or another, so you can figure out how strong the wind is. Now, don't get me wrong. There's the FAA information, right, which is using the National Weather Service, right? So that's aerospace meteorology, which is a big deal. And Relativity can use those numbers, but it's better to get real-time updates for the rocket because upper-level winds can change. They can absolutely change. So you got to be careful with that stuff. They need more updated data than what you'd get from flying a plane. Where the rocket goes is not where the plane goes usually. I mean, unless we have a plane that can just take off and fly into space. That would be kind of cool. We should make that. But that's another story. Waiting for the weather balloon data is the worst. Everyone gets silent on the communications during the weather brief. Yep. SSTO plane. Yeah, like what we tried to make last night. That didn't work in Kerbal. It wasn't a good thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Some balloons are our friends. Remember, balloons are friends, not food. Wait. Winds are about 60 miles an hour at 30,000 feet. That's actually not bad. That's not bad. 60 mile an hour upper level winds isn't bad. But they're going to wait for an update just to be sure. Hey, JG, what's going on, man? 35-month resub. They're trying to do the weekly challenge. They're trying to do the weekly challenge. That was funny, all right? That was funny. And it worked. Kind of. Did you try exploiting the jet engine bug for your SSTO? No. We could, but I wanted to do it legit. Balloons are FOD, not friends. Wait, what? Is this the 3D printed rocket? It is, Hangman. Yep. Weather's only supposed to get worse into Monday, if I recall. When is their next try? I think their next try is for Wednesday. Shady. So these balloons were just balloons that went loose, huh? Yeah, Hampius. Yeah, that's what happened. So will they have to detank? If they scrub today, Katra, yeah, they get. I mean, all the stuff's just gonna boil off. Are you doing the weekly? Yeah, Jazos. I think that's what we'll do next week in Kerbal, all the way to the patch. Let's try to build a rover that can circumnavigate Minmus. That's an SSTO from the surface. So let's make something that's an SSTO that can get up there and then rover around over Minmus's terrain. They just let a balloon go. Yeah. Know what I'm saying? They let a balloon go. Do you know what I'm saying? Scott, 19-month resub. Thank you. Are you just streaming the launch?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Loopy Guy, tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. The thing is, yeah, I'm just streaming a launch, but if Relativity goes far, we got an Electron launch at 6. That's in 5 or 4.5 hours. The window for Relativity goes for 3. So we might stop with Terran and then go right to the Electron launch from Wallops. And then after Wallops, Crew Dragon is coming down from the space station. Crew 5 Crew Dragon is coming down from the space station, and then GTA racing is later tonight. So I kind of rode off the entire day. I kind of rode off the whole day, man. Electron is dealing with upper level winds as well. And Thomas, I'll be honest with you, it's windy here. It's windy all the way up the East Coast. No sleep for me. Yeah, I guess no day off. Whatever. Hey, no days off. That's what Coach said. No days off. It's fine. We didn't need to eat anyway. Yeah, we still have to go to the supermarket, dudes. We're so screwed. We're so screwed. We might have to do it tomorrow morning. So yeah, I guess I'm here for the duration, dudes, which isn't a bad thing. I get to chill on the weekend and cover rocket launches with my buddies. Like, come on, this doesn't suck. This is great. Oh yeah, lols. Yeah, that happens. That happens. So the new update for Star Citizen, you sacked the entire day, dude. I sacked entire weeks because I knew KSP2 was coming out, dude. I've taken like 2 days off in the past 3 weeks. I've worked every day except for 2. Whoops. Kerbal do be like that though. Like, do you watch F1? I'm a huge F1 fan, Chup. Yeah, absolutely. Chupa, my dad introduced me to F1 in the mid-90s, and I've been watching it for a long time. And it's actually kind of cool because until recently, you know, I couldn't talk about it with anybody because nobody knew what the frick that was. I would always have just me and my dad talk about Formula One, you know. Now you could go talk to people about it because a lot of more folks in the U.S. know what Formula One is. For the longest time, I had no one to talk to. Like, I remember on stream back in like 2013, 2014, I would have to sit here and be like, oh, Seb's, that blown diffuser's stupid. This sucks. I hate, oh, Lewis Hamilton, I hate, like, and I could only talk with Euro viewers because the Euro viewers knew what the frick I was saying. People in America were like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You know? I thought the update was postponed until Monday. Did it drop? The update, guys, for Kerbal 2 is on Thursday, but that's tentative. QA is looking around for bugs right now. That's what they're doing. Best F1 driver of the 21st century? Thus far, Hangman, I hate saying it because I'm a salty Ferrari fan. Yes, I hate myself in multiple ways. That's why I'm a Ferrari fan. It's Lewis, dude. I mean, you could say it's the car, but it's Lewis, dude. He's a damn good driver. Pretty freaking good at managing the car, and that's why he wins. That's why he won all those races. You know, like, I'm not a Hamilton fan, but you know, anybody that stares at all the world championships that he won and says, nah, anybody could do that is kind of dumb. It's not really how that works. Like, not Max? Well, hey, he said thus far. Senna is better than Hamilton. Senna also hasn't raced since 1994, which the question was this century? Of all time, I would probably say Senna or Schumacher. Schumacher's probably up there. I mean, Schumacher, I don't know, dude, because he started winning in 99. Does that, like, would you rope that in? Because technically, Lewis has more championships in this century. So, like, I don't know how you do that, dude. It's like, I'd say, dude, my all-times, Senna's definitely up there, but I'd say Jim Clark. Jim Clark, that guy could wheel anything. He could wheel anything and win. He won with Benetton, yeah. Exactly, Hellfish, yeah. I'm talking about when he started with Ferrari. He won with Benetton in 95 and 97? Mika. Yeah, Mika. Kimi was my favorite driver, dude, until he retired. But he races NASCAR now, so that's good for me. Well, he's going to race one NASCAR race with Trackhouse, which is pretty cool. Besides, it's Sir Lewis. Oh, yes, jolly good, old boy. Lewis like, and don't get me wrong, fellas, I ain't no Lewis Hamilton fan, but all those world championships don't lie, you know what I'm saying? So right now, guys, we're in a hold for relativity here. They're holding for upper level winds. Basically, the winds up there can get up 200-300 miles an hour, and you don't want a 200-300 mile an hour wind hitting your rocket. That's bad for it, especially when it's going up, going like Mach 2 or 3. Not a good thing. So they're holding for upper level winds. The launch window is 3 hours, dudes. So it's, you know, we got some time. But yeah, just sit back and enjoy the Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah, you love it here. Enjoy your weekend. Your favorite IndyCar driver is Jimmy Johnson. Why? Why? What is a weekend? It's those 2 days that come at the beginning and end of the week. Might as well build the SSTO. Anyone watch IMSA? I have a buddy that races in IMSA, Norath. Yeah. Well, GT4 if you really want to be technical. But what's your favorite thing about rocketry? Ooh. So, Hangman, I'm a propulsion nerd pretty hard. I like rocket engines and how they work, but I think launch pads are my favorite thing. I like the machine that launches the machine, to be honest with you. That's my favorite part. Yeah. It's the rocket is cool, but I like...
For those just tuning in, we did hold the clock
like seeing
at
the whole
T-minus
thing.
20 minutes today, but we're expecting a briefing in the next 5 to 10 minutes on what's happening with the upper level winds that were the reason for us holding the clock. We'll continue listening in, and hopefully everything sounds good.
My dad texted me. He says Hamilton sucks. That's pretty funny. No, damn, that's gonna piss somebody off. Go, Max. That's pretty funny, man. He's not wrong. Hey, dude, he's got a lot of championships. You gotta give respect where respect is due, but dude, savagery. Super, we're both Ferrari fans. Yeah, we're Ferrari through and through, dude. We liked them. We started following. Well, my dad's been following Formula One for a long time, way longer than I've been around. That's for sure. But we've been Ferrari fans when they sucked, and then they were really good, and then they've sucked since. We've been through the ups and the downs. I'm watching Formula One for like 27 years almost. This will be my 27th season of watching. We started watching in '96. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Grande, Forza Ferrari, campioni del mondo, numero uno. Since 2008. My dad says, Toto, the car sucks. Put the side pods on the car. No, Mikey, no, that is so not right. Can you actually see this being launched today? Yeah. Dom, you don't need to hit me with the caps, dude. Just tag out EJ. I'll try my best to keep up with it. But yeah, it will launch. I mean, if the winds don't cooperate, dude, you can't cooperate with the weather, you know? So, like, okay, now don't get me wrong. All right, so hear me out for a second here, okay? Which driver's your dad's favorite driver? Andretti. How much about 3D printing rapid process do you know? A good amount of it, Echo. At least I think I understand how this works, but... Yeah, Alex, yeah, that's right. So, fellas, a little thing about upper level winds, okay? So, don't get me wrong. You'd think if you're not familiar with rockets, right? You're going to look at this and be like, dude, it's a nice day. You're telling me you can't deal with some freaking stupid wind? What the frick? Like, we can't launch a rocket when it's windy? You know, planes take off in the snow all the time. It's not a big deal, right? Like, the thing is, guys, is, yeah, for the most part, yeah, you can deal with the wind. That's no problem. I mean, you gotta engineer your rocket to deal with those wind shearing forces, which is fine. We can figure out how to do that. We're humans. We're not stupid, right? Well, I am, but I speak for myself, right? The thing is that this is a test flight, dudes. It's a test flight. Now, for your first flight, let's just be scientific about this for a second. For your first flight, you want the conditions to be as ideal as possible. The reason why is this is a bench test for Terran 1. It's a bench test. Actually, we've gone past the bench tests. This is a full up test. Like, so you want the conditions to be ideal. You don't want a lot of wind because that can screw your data up. You know, if the rocket works fine in the wind, don't get me wrong, they can extrapolate data from this. You can figure this out by looking at the numbers, right? But you don't want to go and launch this thing and have it work in the wind and then go to launch it when it's not windy out and have the thing not work. Stuff like that has happened. You know, the conditions that you launched in weird conditions and the rocket worked, and then you launched it on a nice day and then it didn't work. That's happened before. I forget which one off the top of my head did that. I think it was a Titan rocket back in the day, but it doesn't matter. You don't want to skew your data like that. That's bad. Because here's the thing about skewing data. You don't skew engineering data. You skew engineering data wrong, something blows up. Yeah, so something explodes. So don't get me wrong. It's not that we like, oh, you can't, it's a nice day out. You telling me you can't launch it on a nice day? No, they're looking for ideal conditions because it's the first flight. That's the reason. That's the reason. Winds around 75. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. That's not ideal. Yeah. You've had an anomaly. Yep. Would be nothing without his indestructible left front suspension. I mean, like I said, Electric, you know, that Mercedes was real good, man. Toto put a good team of engineers together, dude, right? But you know, you can't just say it's the car. That's messed up. That's messed up. You can't, like, dude, the 7 championships don't lie. You know what I mean? It's just like Schumi. You could make that same argument with Schumi. I don't see people doing that. And, like, don't get me wrong. I ain't no Hamilton fan. 2014 to 2021 was torture for me. It was torture. I couldn't stand it. You know? Like, it was horrible. This sucks. Oh, look, Mercedes won again. That's great. Dude, it was terrible, but hey, the championships don't lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, how did they freeze time? Science. Yeah, my dad says Andretti, Mario Andretti, and then Jim Clark. I'd say Jim Clark. I think Jim Clark is the greatest of all time, dude. That guy, guys, go look up Jim Clark if you want to look up legendary Formula 1 drivers. Jim Clark could wheel anything. Anything. Dragsters, rally cars, Formula 2, Formula 1, Le Mans, he could wheel anything and be fast. It's unbelievable. That guy had like a God-given talent, dude. Like Senna-esque stuff, dude. Jim Clark was, I'd say he's my number one. Like, or Fangio. Fangio was disgusting considering how deadly those cars were. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was terrible to watch, dude. But hey, 7 championships is 7 championships, bro. Like, what do you want? I mean, you could make that same argument about Mansell in '93 with the FW14 and the active suspension. It's the only reason he won, because he got active suspension. Like, no. Mansell's a good driver. He's always a good driver. Heck, even PK's a good driver. You know, you could say that it was the car with him, but I don't think so, man. It was at 92? Yeah, 92, not 93. Nikki was just a disgustingly good driver. Gilles Villeneuve, yeah. Oh, so much talent, dude. So much talent. Unbelievable. EJ, you live pretty close to Maranello. I watched everyone. Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool, Minsus. See, my family's from my mother's side of the family comes from Emilia Romagna, Parma. So that's just little ways northwest of there. Yeah, so cool. That's awesome, man. I'm over here like Jeff Gordon. That car was disgusting, Curtis.
For those just tuning in, we once again held the clock at T-minus 20 minutes due to weather issues, unfortunately. Upper level winds are currently marginal, so the team is evaluating live data to determine if we can go ahead and keep rolling the clock or if we need to pause for a little bit longer.
Yep.
And as we wait on that additional data on the upper level winds and as we get an update from the team, let's go ahead and take a moment to get an idea about all the work that the integrated performance team does for Relativity Space.
Minsus, you live there. All right. Well, there you go. That's the village where my family, where my mom's
Hi,
side.
I'm Ryan Kraft.
I'm Katie Wallace.
My name is David Brown. I'm the Director of Integrated Performance at Relativity.
I'm a vehicle simulation engineer.
And I'm a staff vehicle simulation engineer.
One of the key things that we focus on in the department is connecting all the different teams, making sure the structures work with the engines work with the software, and the software works with the electronics hardware. I was lucky enough to work in a few different hardware startups. This is actually number 5 for me. Worked on electric vehicles, race cars, rockets, and manned spacecraft.
A typical day in the life for me at Relativity can vary a lot, but in general, it'll involve running a lot of different trades and analyses, helping with mission planning tasks, and also building up new simulation capability.
I've spent my entire career working on simulation controls. I started off working in the automotive industry on hybrid vehicles, and later moved on to motorsports and general consulting for other industries.
When I saw what was going on at Relativity here about
Interesting. I have this theory that everybody that likes rockets secretly just likes race cars as well, and this is kind of proving that. And we were all just talking about Formula One a second ago.
With just makes it even sweeter. Specifically, some of the big challenges are around figuring out what parts of accepted practice in the rocket industry still make sense for us, and where we should change things, or when we should just throw it out and start over with a completely new approach.
I think one of the most exciting challenges is getting to work on Terrain R, especially because our team gets to be really involved with the early design, running different trades and analyses and trajectories. And it's challenging because it's never been done before, but it's really exciting to really get to help shape this new vehicle.
My role is usually involved taking small components and subsystems and integrating them into complex system models, which then have great predictive capabilities. What I find most exciting about this is then taking these models and using that capability to help guide design work.
There's a lot of places where an engineer can come in today and still define how Relativity will do rocket engineering for the next 5 to 10 years. When we look for candidates in the integrated performance team, the main thing that we're looking for is hunger to face really hard problems and an excitement to learn as you go. We're just looking for people with different views, different experiences, and different ideas to find the right way to do a reusable rocket next time around.
I think someone who would be a great candidate for Relativity would be someone who enjoys working on complex problems and solving difficult challenges. Having any background with simulation or launch vehicle modeling is always helpful, as well as orbital mechanics or general physics background.
One thing I would suggest for candidates coming from more traditional physics backgrounds is to basically demonstrate that you have the experience of taking the analysis that you've performed on a computer and turning that into actionable insight that you can share with the team and use to help guide design decisions.
Right now the team's about 40. We're looking to double that in the next year or so. We've been growing a lot in the last year, but definitely a lot more to come as we get ready for Terrain R and all the fun physical challenges there. One of the very unique opportunities here at Relativity is being part of a lot of technical firsts. We printed our first rocket, we're testing it right now. We're about to go through our first launch, then our first customer, and eventually our first re-entry landing of a booster and reuse of it. One thing that people might not know about working in an integrated performance team in a rocket company is that a lot of us didn't have a rocket background when we came in. People come from cars, software development, engineering analysis, planes, missiles. I feel like the opportunity for
Missile?
a really fast pace of learning across a very broad range of technical topics, you can't really find that anywhere else. I think what draws people to relativity
All
is
in T-minus
it's a
30
unique
seconds.
type of physics.
Oh! They reset the count. Sorry, guy. Launch time. That's cool though, dude. They're all freaking car nuts.
It looks
That's
like we are
hilarious, man.
coordinating a new T0 right now that is going to be at 14:35 Eastern. We're awaiting confirmation from Mission Control at the moment, so we're going to continue listening into them for any further updates.
But Curtis, I'm with you, pal. I'm convinced that I like rockets because they go fast. I like things that go fast. I want to go fast. Feel like it's on a spaceship. I know what to do with my hands. Car was running real good. Felt like I was on a spaceship. Car was real good. It's all about that ka-chow. Speed is relative. Oh yeah, we're, you know, comparatively to the sun, we're actually going pretty damn fast right now. Shake and bake.
If you smell something crispy, it's not your tailpipe, it's a little bit of shake and
Bake. Shake and bake. Comrade, what is this, comrade? We look at Relativity first launch. It's very nice. So NASA is destroying a lot of stuff lately. Let's measure our speed in G-forces and not meters a second. I mean, you could, I guess. What did that tape in? Did that just blow your mind? That just happened. What is that, a catchphrase, or is that epilepsy? Shake it back. You said that again. Shake it back. Shake it back. I mean, rocket.
All right, and now the T-clock is rolling again. We are now
And
38
here we
minutes
go.
away from our new scheduled launch time of 14:35 Eastern.
35
Again,
past
that's
the hour.
14:35 Eastern, less than 40 minutes away.
Fine, I'll just say I love really thin pancakes. That was actually a pretty good compromise, no? This constant acceleration is what's needed here. Well, Curtis, funny story, dude. Rockets are measured that way. Yeah. So rocket range is determined by how fast you can accelerate, or what speed you can accelerate to. Your change in velocity is how we measure spacecraft range. True story. It's measured in acceleration, not distance. Not speed either. It's acceleration. Funny, huh? Well, not acceleration, it's velocity, but you get the idea. Delta V, man. That's how that's how we determine how far a rocket can go. The faster you can go, the further you can go. Pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah, same diff. Yeah, so, I mean, we already measure rockets that way. Did they say the first 3D printed rocket? Yeah, Tron, about 85% of this rocket is 3D printed. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas. You know, I say 3D printed and people thinking it's made out of PLA or PETG or something. No, this is not PLA. It's 3D printed aluminum. It's an aluminum compound. An aluminum alloy, I should say. So the rocket is metal. It's not made out of PLA. I would not use a PLA rocket. That you're not going to get very far with that. I mean, it'll be fun, whatever you do. It'll be funny. Like, hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is the first 3D printed rocket. It's not going to be like that. Don't worry. Are you telling me it's an aluminum tube? Yeah. Yeah, Tim Ellis made some aluminum tubes. I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube. Tube. So, yeah, guys, it's 3D printed out of metal. It's not PLA. It's not ABS. That wouldn't get you very far. Plastics don't do too well with the conditions a rocket deals with. That's why nothing is made out of plastic in the aerospace industry. You know, except on the inside of the plane. Where are the balls on the rocket? The balls are inside of the rocket here. It's the first test flight, so you know, it hasn't matured yet. That's where the fuel is stored. FYI, it's pronounced aluminum. Malachi, I'm just calling it aluminum from now on, dude. Because I'm just gonna piss everybody off right proper. I'm just gonna right proper piss everybody off. Aluminum. Shake and bake. Not true. I know there was Ultem on the Starliner capsule. As a structural component, Hokie, I guess I should have clarified. As a structural component, is anyone using plastic as structural? I don't think so. It's all carbon composite. Plastic's too heavy. Believe it or not. Yeah. You use plastic. That's no good. I mean, maybe ABS would work, but everybody does carbon composites. You mean aluminum? Off topic, do they have a date set for Starship? Stroker, I'd watch the last week of March. So in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. If people don't understand that reference, they probably think I'm nuts at this point, but yeah, you wouldn't be wrong. So 2 weeks, you know. So much for my birthday launch. Yeah, I'd watch the last week of March, dude. But once again, guys, if you really want to get a good key into when Starship is going to go, watch the FAA. When the FAA issues the launch license for Starship, that's when it's on like Donkey Kong. No one says that anymore. All right, cool. I thought you were nuts before. Thank you. SpaceX is waiting for the KSP2 patch. I would not be surprised. Yeah, when they shut down the highway. Yeah, you want to look for the road closures and look for the FAA launch license is the big one, Shady. You ain't going anywhere if the FAA said, you know, the most they can go to is 1,000 feet. Yeah, pretty sure that's not going to get you very far with the FAA. Ewok, huh? Let's ride this donkey. Indeed, indeed. Oh man, you guys were talking about cars. Now I want to go work on the damn car. I want to work on the truck, dude. We gotta take apart the rear suspension. The bushings are shot on the truck. Now I want to go do that. Maybe we'll do that between launches if we have time. 3D print the car. Well, officer, you wouldn't download a car, would you? You wouldn't download a car and 3D print it. Would you? I would, and I did. Chat's like, yes, we would. Yes, we would. Are the engines also 3D printed? About 85%, Minsus. Yeah, 85% of this thing. Things that aren't printed are like wire and nuts and bolts. I almost asked if you wanted to check out a 66 F100, but it's 2 hours away from you. How much? Don't, Maslam, you shouldn't tell me this, guys. If you don't know me, I have a nasty carcane addiction. I won't. If I go on Facebook Marketplace and I go looking for cars, I will find something and then I will convince myself that I need it and it's not a good thing. Trust me. That's not a good idea. Speaking of bolts, ever see thread rolling tooling? It's really cool. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, Hellfish, but I don't recall what that is off the top of my head. What's the cooling system on these engines? The propellants? Doom. Yeah. The propellants are the cooling system. The computers, not 3D printed. Yeah. Hey, kid, I'm a computer. Have you been enjoying Last of Us? Only one episode left. We actually haven't watched the newest one. Oh, hang on, I'm shutting up. Sound guy!
We're now at T-minus 31 minutes, and you might be wondering where we built the launch vehicle that you're seeing on the pad.
Yes, plus.
We currently have 2 manufacturing facilities in Long Beach, California, and today's rocket was printed at our second factory called the Portal, while our new headquarters, named the Wormhole, is home to our 4th generation Stargate printers.
Portal references?
This is the 1 million square foot facility we are currently expanding into that will serve as the epicenter for Terranar development and production. production.
Yep.
Speaking of Terran R, Terran 1 is truly a pathfinder to that vehicle. The real opportunity in the market, as proven by our customer contracts. We are actually already ramping up production for this medium to heavy lift
They have
reusable
mass.
vehicle. We have designed it to be capable of 20,000 kilograms to low Earth orbit, or LEO, and we plan to still benefit from the large-scale metal additive manufacturing. One key learning from Terran 1 is with the engines. Let's take a look at this clip of the Aeon R thrust chamber assembly test.
Yes, let's do that. Hell yeah, I want to do that. That's at Stennis. Look at, there's the A2 test stand back there. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yes, flames are happening. Oh. Yep, see it burped a little bit. That's normal. Hey, come back.
So what you just saw there was a full power test of the Aeon R thrust chamber assembly. I want to give a special shout out to Jake Shearman, Senior Manager of Combustion Devices, the Propulsion Test Team, and the Stennis test teams for accomplishing that critical milestone. So full power means 258,000 pounds of thrust at sea level. That is what we are designing Aeon R engine to. And that is 10 times the capability of the Aeon 1 engine that we have on Terran 1 today. We are already well underway testing components such as a full-scale gas generator test, igniter testing, and as you just saw, that full-scale thrust chamber assembly.
It's 1,100
we are currently
kilonewtons.
building our integrated engines, and on our Twitter feed, you can actually see an image of our first integrated engine next to a human for perspective on size. We are also completing building of our turbopump assembly, and we're planning to go into full engine tests throughout 2023.
And we're going to test those engines over at the NASA Stennis Space Center in Mississippi,
I told you it was Stennis.
where most of our testing is done. In 2018, we secured the first Commercial Space Launch Act, or CSLA, agreement with NASA Stennis. And we now occupy several operational facilities there, including 4 exclusive use test stands for Terran 1 stage and Aeon engine testing, 2 stands used for Aeon 1 engine tests and Aeon R component tests, and 1 cell for Aeon R engine tests. On top of that, we're building out an additional 150 acres for the Terran R program, and we've already started construction on the new engine test stands. Other structures there will include a full-scale second engine stand, office buildings, and of course an integration hangar.
For scale.
All the structures we're completing out there are built from the ground up on previously unused land. After testing, we ship the components to the launch site. We, of course, have our operational site here at the Cape, but we've also acquired a site in Vandenberg, California, as an additional option for future launches. In 2019, we secured a direct agreement from the U.S. Space Force for Launch Complex 16. And Relativity joins just a few others here as only the 4th company with a currently operational orbital launch site at Cape Canaveral. Both Terran 1 and Terran R will launch from Launch Complex 16. With that, we are now approximately 27 minutes away from launch.
This is so exciting. I hope we continue to move forward, but just as a reminder, we do not have a customer payload on board, but we do have a memento in the nose cone.
Let's be real.
We have included our first ever 3D printed piece from our Stargate printer. Of course, it was a failed print since no one had done it before. Let's go ahead and take a look at this memento. So that piece that you see there is 6.5 inches in diameter and weighs about 3 pounds. It is our first completed circular test article for which we used our first generation aluminum alloy.
So Dustin, some things to consider. You're right. The Relativity could really buck the trend of rocket manufacturing. 3D printing the tankage like that it lowers production time, and because you could do it faster, it's less expensive. You know? Starship is very expensive, but with NASA, dude, so $4.1 billion for launch is for SLS. Keep in mind, you look at that price tag, and that seems like SLS is super freaking expensive, but NASA has to disclose the full cost. So with NASA and SLS, you're getting total cost involved, right? Relativity is a price point per launch. You can't compare per launch to total cost involved. That's ask any accountant. That's not a good idea. This is not how you finance, all right? And I'm not a finance bro by any means, but with NASA, you get the full price tag. So that's manufacturing the vehicle, all the facilities the vehicle uses, all the ground infrastructure, all the employees, keeping the lights on, the utility bills, the plumbing bills, everything. That's total cost. That's what you get with NASA. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't going to be less expensive than SLS, because it probably will be, but make sure when you're doing that, you're comparing launch cost to launch cost. The launch cost of like an SLS, if you're going to compare like a per price launch, so like how much the stack actually cost, actually is right in line in terms of capability with Relativity, SpaceX, anyone else in the industry. But because NASA has to disclose their costs because they're a government organization for transparency, it always seems like it's going to be more expensive. The space shuttle, for instance, everybody said this, the space shuttle cost $1 billion to launch. Well, if you compare a per stack cost, so just the operations and launch of a space shuttle, it's about $400 million, which scales perfectly with capability, right? So Falcon 9 is obviously less expensive than a space shuttle, right? Way less expensive, but it does less than the space shuttle, right? Think about that. It's something to consider when we start talking about cost of rockets, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that Relativity wouldn't be able to buck the trend with this rocket. 3D printing rockets is frankly genius. And the way they came up with doing it, basically taking a 5-axis mill table, right, and just zapping out fuel tanks is a real big deal. That is a game-changing tech. That's why they have so much VC behind them. All right, just something to consider. Coast Guard helicopter. SVB should hire you. They not, yeah, jeez. Shadows, 13-month resub. Is anyone going to buy ULA? I think Lockheed is going to buy out Boeing and ULA. I'm sorry, nerding out a lot. I'm going to ship that as a second battle bridge inside of a heated pool. You can't make it up. I'm watching the launches chilling in a pool. Nice. It'd be interesting to go with NASA numbers and compare what the prices would be if they reported the same way. Well, the only way to do that, Aqualux, is to get into cost of launch vehicle, right? So what does it cost to actually build the stack, right? And put the stack on the pad, move it to the pad, and then launch it. You would use operational costs. Operational costs and cost of manufacturing, which is how I would imagine they factor the price for the launch in for a commercial provider. But be careful about comparing, not you, Aqualux, just people in general. Be careful about comparing SLS to like Relativity or SpaceX, because the numbers that NASA gives you are TCI, total cost involved. So think about it like this, all right? A contractor you want to build an addition on your house, right? You want to build an addition on your house. You're going to go to a bunch of different contractors. They're going to give you a bunch of different numbers, right? The guy that's going to give you the lowest price probably isn't figuring total cost involved, right? You don't want to go to the lowest bidder, right? Because sometimes the lowest bidder might not be including total cost, Maybe they're not taking into account building materials or something. And, before you say, who would do that? Dude, this happens all the time in construction. All the freaking time. On the high end, though, you don't want to go with the guy that's giving you like $4.2 bajillion for an addition, right? You don't want to do that, right? Because it's somewhere in between, right? NASA has to give total cost involved, all right? So, and I'm not going to say that on the high end like that of 4.1 billion that they couldn't get the costs down from that. But you got to remember, the first SLS flight was a test flight. It was a test flight. So you're paying for more sensors on the vehicle. You're paying for more operations because everybody has to, because you have all those extra sensors, all that data has to go somewhere. There's more involved with a rocket like that. And as we launch SLS more, which I think we should do, the cost should go down over time. And it will end up scaling in capability, especially if it's offered as a commercial service. It'll end up scaling in capability with this. So a Terran 1 rocket is obviously going to be less expensive than SLS, like way less expensive, right? But it also does less. A smart car doesn't cost as much as a big rig, right? But the big rig can do way more than the smart car. The big rig is not just used for personal transportation. Does that make sense, dudes? Just be careful about that. But Dustin, you're absolutely right. I'm not trying to take the wind out of your sails, right? But Relativity could game change it. And Relativity is not just working on 3D printed rocket vehicles. They want to work on on-orbit 3D printing and manufacturing. That's where they want to scale to. You guys like Star Trek? You know, they build the ships up on orbit in Star Trek, you know, in a gigantic space dock. That's what Relativity wants to do. That's their end goal. Doing that on Mars, doing that on the moon, doing that in space. And that is a big deal. That's a huge game changer here. And this is only the beginning for what they want to do. It's actually really cool. No, I appreciate the info. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Remind people that SLS 2, 3, and 4 have hardware built. Oh, absolutely. Since you're going into space, they'll be the highest bidder no matter what. Yeah, of course. Space is expensive, dude. But if we launch more, we can get that price to go down. Yeah, pretty much, Aqualux. It's total cost involved. The utility bill to keep the lights on in the VAB is roped into SLS's budget. Even if SLS isn't using the VAB right now, the program is. This is how NASA does their books, because how else are you going to do it? If a space program is utilizing a NASA facility, they pay to keep the lights on at said NASA facility. Right? So right now, the lights at 39B, all the systems at 39B are being maintained, and the lights on, the plumbing, the toilets, everything. That all gets roped into SLS's budget. That's how you do the books. How else are you going to do that? That doesn't make any sense to do it any other different way.
Terran 1 was designed with a payload capacity of 1,250 kilograms to LEO,
Yeah,
or
Willie.
900 kilograms to sensing.
Okay, Willie, I'm going to nerd out for a second. The first Star Trek showed Enterprise, the Enterprise A, being built on the ground because Enterprise A and Enterprise D are two very different ships, okay? The Galaxy class, Enterprise D, that is a freaking aircraft carrier, okay? The Enterprise A that's in the original series is like a destroyer. It's small. It's tiny compared to the bigger ships that you see in the later versions of Star Trek. It's super small. Exactly, Black. Yeah, that's everywhere. Hey, Johnny, 5-month resub. Small appreciation for the knowledge you share with us every day. I try, man. I try. And once again, fellas, I'm not trying to say like this won't be cheap. Oh, SLS is, no, SLS is still very expensive right now. But as we launch it more, the price will fall more in line with commercial customers, especially if Boeing wants to offer it as a commercial service. The only reason why I think they would offer it as a commercial service, if it didn't fall into this line of capability that's scaling with cost per launch, right, is because SLS has a capability that no one else has. Okay, here we go.
Just a few minutes here.
All right, I'm going to fast forward the cast. I'm going to make sure we're caught up. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. That's right, Total Staples. Cost goes down and it'll eventually scale in capability once you get operationals. Correct. Yeah, exactly, Rob. She's a beast. Hey, Hooded. Galaxy class is more like if you put guns in a carrier deck on the world's biggest cruise ship. Yeah, for sure. I always thought the Galaxy class was the coolest one because it's a long-term exploration ship, too. Ads? We'll run the ads at T-minus 10 minutes, dudes. If you could put a timeline on it, what would be your guess for years to building space docks? Well, Zodicus, if the commercial industry keeps going in the direction that we're going, that'll happen sooner rather than later. But also, if you asked me this question in 1996, I would have said 10 years. But launch markets do crash. It happens. It happens. Commercial launch market, it comes in waves. Not because of boom and bust like with capitalism or anything, but launch markets come in waves because of satellite obsolescence. Satellites need to be replaced every 10 years. So the market demand goes up, and then it goes to nothing. And then it goes up, and then it goes to nothing. It happens on a 10-year cycle. SpaceX is trying to buck that trend with Starlink because Starlink operational lifetime is 5 years instead of 10. They're trying to smooth the line of demand. That's been a real big deal. That's why everybody's switching to small sats because it's way more sustainable to operate a launch company that launches once a month instead of once a year. Because if you satellite has a 5-year lifetime, right? You launch one, and then you launch another one, then you launch another one, and then you launch another one. Say it's a five satellite constellation, right? 5 satellite constellation, satellite lasts 5 years, right? That's one launch, right? But if you launch a lot of smaller satellites, right? Say 20 satellites a year, right? And the constellation is 100 satellites, right? By the time you're done building the constellation after 5 years, you got to build it again. That's why SpaceX launches so much, because Starlink satellites need to be constantly maintained. The first Starlink satellites that were launched are already done. They're already useless. They've already re-entered, believe it or not. The Starlink satellites that SpaceX launched in 2018, 2019, they've already come down. Or at least they're getting close to obsolescence. So that has to do with launch demand and stuff. It's really interesting. The entire industry is trending towards smaller satellites that don't last as long, that are easily disposable, which is really cool.
GNC go.
Right.
GNC go. Flight software. Flight software go. Flight software's go. Prop 1.
Prop 1 go.
Prop 1's go. Prop 2.
Prop 2 go.
Prop 2 go. Fluids 1.
Fluids 1 go.
Fluids 1's go. Fluids 2. Fluids 2 go. Loads.
Loads go.
Chat.
Loads is go. Rock.
Ranges go.
Ranges go. OSM.
OSM is go.
OSM is go. RC.
RC go.
RC go. Vehicle.
Vehicle is go.
Vehicles go. CE.
CE's go.
CE's go. LC.
LC is go.
LC is go. All parties have reported go for launch countdown.
All right, here we go. Rock said
Once
go.
the clock begins to roll, anyone can call for a hold at any time. If a hold is called prior to T-minus 70 seconds, the T-clock will continue to roll until T-minus 70 seconds, at which point a hold will be automatically initiated. A hold is not possible after T-minus 70 seconds, and any hold call after that time will result in a terminal count abort. Should a hold or a manual abort be necessary, the person calling for a hold or abort should say clearly on comms, hold, 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 or abort, abort, abort. In the event that OSM requires a hold, OSM will initiate the hold command on the OSM GUI and notify the LD and the RC on the primary net.
Launch director and range coordinator.
And you just heard our launch director complete the go, no-go polling with our mission control team. As you heard, all systems are currently healthy, so as of now, we're able to proceed with our scheduled launch time in just about 13 minutes.
Throughout today's live stream, you've been hearing callouts from Mission Control. Now let's take a moment to introduce you to our Mission Control team. As you just heard, Clay Walker, Launch Director, John Wiswall, Launch Conductor, James Harris, Chief Engineer, Elijah Escobedo and Zoe Dickert on Vehicle Controls, Brian Batters, Ground Control,
They use
Bill
short
Stack,
band jib.
Ground, Joy Mosdell, Range Control. We also have a few notable members of leadership supporting today's launch, and they are also here at Launch Control with us. This includes our co-founder and CEO, Tim Ellis, our Chief Operating Officer who leads product execution, Zach Dunn, Vice President of Test and Launch, Don Katterbeck, and Director of Cape Operations, Pat Zvatek. These are among many, many others who are making today's launch happen. Let's go ahead and take a moment to wait as we get more updates from Mission Control.
Okay, so they found a window where the upper level winds are cooperating, guys. They went through the go, no, go poll. There is basically a controller that's monitoring the data on every single system on the vehicle. So like fuel loads, fuel temperature, that's the fuel guys. And then the pad systems, are the pad systems working correctly? The go, no, go poll is basically where they go around the horn and they make sure that everyone is ready. Every single system is ready. One person can't watch every single subsystem here.
Falling off the rocket, not to worry, that is just ice falling off from the frost on the vehicle due to the chilled propellant inside. On the other view, you might have also seen a small flame to the far left of the view, and that is just the flare stack that's used to burn off any flammable gases from propellant loading and venting operations.
All right, guys. So what I'm going to do here is as we get up to the count here on the stream, guys, for the people that aren't subbed, I'm going to run pre-roll ads. I hate running ads for what it's worth. I really don't like it. But what I really don't like is launch coverage being interrupted by ads for viewers that can't sub. So when we hit that T-10 mark, I'm going to run an ad to make sure that everybody pretty much gets uninterrupted all the way to the top, all the way up into space. So you won't get an advertisement right during launch. That would would really piss me off. So I don't necessarily like running ads. This is really the only time I do this. But it's better to get uninterrupted coverage, right? Now, word, I don't like doing that. As a person that watches Twitch as well as streams on it, I hate ads. They're very annoying. It really is hard to focus when you're being when your attention is constantly being pulled in a bunch of different directions. I don't like it at all. So this is the only time I'm going to do it. It's the only time I really like to do it, except when chat redeems it for channel points. But yeah, it's just for the people that can't afford a sub or anything, or the people that are unsubbed to the channel. You don't get interrupted footage all the way because, you know, say like there's somebody that's late that comes in, right, and they come in at T-5. That would suck because you see it's at T-5, and then boom, welcome to this. Buy this, please. It's like, oh.
Discovery.
Makes me want to slam my head into a brick wall just thinking about it. So we're inside of 10 here. I'm going to run the ad. I'll see you on the other side, chat. Yeah, goalie, that always happens.
And we're currently at T-minus 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right.
In the upcoming minutes, you're
Thanks for all
going
the
to hear
subs, dude.
several
Casper,
call-outs
someone
from
say
Mission
sub?
Control
Yeah.
as
What's up,
we
man?
go through the final
Dave.
pre-launch procedural steps,
Go Terran.
including
Fire.
the priming of the igniters, final engine checkouts, transporter erector
Yeah,
retraction, and getting that final go for launch. Again, we're now pressing the tanks to flight pressures, as you just heard, and we're currently proceeding with our scheduled launch time.
Tuned in minutes ago. What's the scale of this rocket? This is a medium to light duty rocket, hooded. It's 35 meters tall, so about 100 feet tall for America units. It's not, actually a little over 100 feet. It's not very big. But remember, this is just Relativity's technology demonstrator. They're planning on scaling up to a Falcon 9 sized rocket, so 200 feet tall, which is pretty cool. How big compared to Electron? Terran 1 is a little bit bigger than Electron. An Electron
In just
rocket
about
would be
30
like up here
seconds,
somewhere.
we'll be transitioning stage 1 to helium.
Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle
Go
up.
Prince. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Okay. The closest we got on Wednesday when we were watching this was T-minus 70 seconds. At 70 seconds, you have the auto sequencer. The auto sequence.
And I'm receiving an update here. We just got the data from our latest weather balloon, and we are a go with upper level
All right,
winds.
here we
The
go.
weather isn't stopping us today.
How tall is this rocket? 35 meters. Helium, pressurizing the helium tanks to spin up the motors for ignition.
Stage 1 pneumatics have transitioned to helium.
See? Why do they use
And that
helium?
means we're pressurizing the propellant tanks to flight pressures with helium. As
That
a
too.
reminder, during flight,
for engine chill.
we'll pressurize the tanks with autogenous pressurization. That last call out was that we're pressurizing the tanks for engine chill.
So what they're going to do here is they're going to run the LNG and the methane into the engines to thermally condition them. You don't want to have a warm engine that's at ambient temperature and flow propellants that are minus like 200 C into those things. This kills the rocket engine. So what they do is they open up valves and they trickle the propellants into the motor to get them to cool down.
The business end of today's countdown. Let's take a moment to walk through the launch timeline.
At T-minus 3 minutes, the transporter erector, or that black truss structure, will retract just a few degrees to give the proper angle for umbilical separation.
Yeah.
At this point, the vehicle will be on internal power. Then at T-minus 70 seconds,
Pod,
the
wait.
vehicle will go
Give
into
it
terminal
somebody.
count. This is again when the vehicle's internal flight computer takes control of the countdown. And we then go into final flight termination
Stage 2
checks
igniters and flight targets.
and get FTS go from the launch conductor in coordination with...
All right, prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. We're just making sure we're caught up with the cast, guys. Okay.
flames beneath the rocket at that point. And at T0,
See, there's
we
the
will
chill
have
down.
liftoff.
The chill down vents.
Shortly after that, at T+2 seconds, the strong back will throw back to assist in removing the umbilicals and clear the path for the vehicle to fly.
1 minute 20.
At T
Nico
plus
at
12
240.
seconds, we'll begin our pitch over program, And at T plus 80 seconds is that important milestone of max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure. This is again where the structural loads on the vehicle are the highest, making it one of the more challenging phases of flight.
At approximately T plus 160 seconds, we will get to main engine cutoff, or MECO. This is when the stage 1 engines will shut off.
Josh.
This will be followed shortly by
yep.
stage separation and ignition of the
I like what I do
vacuum engine. Second stage will burn for a little under 5 minutes. And then at approximately T plus 463 seconds, we'll have second engine cutoff, or SECO. As a reminder, we do not have a fairing or any payload deployments for today's first launch. We'll go ahead and continue listening in on mission control.
We've done the ads already, Cass. We should be good. Pre-rolls are disabled. Okay. So right there, see those vent lines? They're moving, they're trickling the propellants in. They use the helium to pressurize the tanks, and then they open the valves, and that helium is pushing the propellants down into the engines.
We're currently priming
nice
the
and cool.
igniters with gaseous oxygen and gaseous hydrogen. Our ignition system uses these propellants flowing across a glow plug.
Oh, it starts like a diesel engine. Hydrogen, though?
Stage 1 igniters priming in.
All right.
Stage 2 igniter, final press.
Yeah, glow plug. All you need is an igniter.
As a reminder,
you only need to create one
GLHF is
spark.
our maiden launch,
Once
so
the
while
fire
a
is
nominal
going, it's
flight
going.
would have
You don't
Terran
shut it
1
off
reach
until
orbit
it
today,
stops having
our
propellant.
primary goal is to learn as much as we can and demonstrate the product concept. A major milestone would be to have Terran 1 make it through max Q, the point of maximum dynamic pressure.
I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if that glow plug is something that's caught, commercial off the shelf. Like, seriously, if it's like a Bosch glow plug or something, I wouldn't be surprised. That stuff happens. You
Stage
do
2
see,
is on internal power.
like, I mean, rockets are expensive. You try to keep it as cheap as possible. If a glow, why re-engineer?
And you'll now see those
plug,
cradle
right?
arms are
Use one
slowly starting
that's
to
already
release
built.
stage 2 at the top there so that the strong back can retract.
I don't know, hypersonic. I mean, it's a test flight, dude. Stuff can go wrong. If they make it to max Q, that they said that's a success for their criteria, but they are as a stretch goal. They do want to make it into space.
Over the next minute and a half, we'll be performing the final thrust vector control health checks on both stages before liftoff.
No, Hydra.
You'll be able to see the engines gimbaling or tilting if we're in that engine
I have,
view.
Cora.
There we go.
There was the engine thrust vector control systems. Thrust vector control systems often on engines use
Stage 1 is on internal power.
Use fuel. They're wiggling around the engines to make sure they can steer the rocket correctly. Similar to how a plane would test the control surfaces.
And now that black
before you
truss
fly.
structure behind the
They're
vehicle
testing to
will
make sure that
retract
the
just
engines
a
can
few
point in a
degrees
different
to prepare
direction
for
to get the
umbilical
rocket to fly in the
separation.
direction that they want.
Stage 2 TC checkups.
Those things that were around the nozzles of the engines are heat blankets to make sure they don't melt the engine from the inside out. What comes out of the bottom of that engine gets pretty hot, and when the rocket's going up in these little cavities right here, low pressure, you end up having low pressure, and you can pull some of the flames actually back up, and it can cook the engine from the inside out. You don't want that. So these thermal blankets are put on there to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Next up, our range coordinator.
All right. More nozzles better than a bigger one. Liquid fuel rocket engines, Jib, are easier to make smaller than they are to make larger. You have a little bit more control over the vehicle with a bunch of smaller engines, especially if you want to pursue reuse in the future, because the rocket doesn't need all 9 engines to land. It only needs 1, right? Because it's empty. You don't want to land on 9 engines. It'll break the vehicle, right? So clustering your engines like that is the really good way to want to pursue reusability in the future. So the next step here is the auto sequencer. Auto sequencer will start in about 15 seconds. You'll hear the call for it. The auto sequencer is the computers that are on board that will control all things from now on. This one doesn't land.
You heard that
Casno,
call
but
out.
in the
Someone is
future.
calling a hold
Uh-oh.
due
We got a
to
hold.
the range. We're going to stand by for updates.
Ooh, range hold. So they stopped at T-minus 70 before the auto sequencer could start. Range hold. A range hold could be anything. It could be a plane that's flown into the launch corridor for the rocket. It could be a boat that's in the corridor where the rocket could fall. A range violation is basically something entering the airspace or sea space near the rocket. Or it's unlikely that it's weather.
There may be a vessel within our clear radius. We're going to stand by to hear confirmation from the range.
It's a range hold like that wouldn't necessarily be because of weather. They already checked the weather, so the weather is good to go. The weather wouldn't change between 8 minutes ago and now. So yeah, a range violation like that usually means someone's flying or sailing in the launch corridor, which is not good. You don't want a rocket to fall on a vessel or something. So right now, the range is coordinating with the Coast Guard to basically radio that ship and say, hey, turn around right now. You're violating a flight restriction if it's an airplane, or you're violating a water restricted area, like no wake zone, man. No, it's not that, but yeah. Yep, we got a number for you to call. That sounds like a them problem. Yeah, well, it is their fault that they didn't check to see which areas are no sailing and no flying.
And I just got confirmation there is a boat in the range. We're going to stand by to see if they can clear the boat from our radius.
Oh, that's so stupid. They vented down the pad. They got to recycle, guys. So that's a system depressurization. Oh my god. Frickin' boats, dude. Prestige worldwide. Why are they on a hold? It looks like a boat has sailed into the no-go zone. So when a rocket launches, there's an area of the sea that they say don't sail into because if the rocket fails, it's going to shower debris in this area. Or where the first stage comes down after it falls down through after staging. If somebody sails into that corridor or if somebody flies into that corridor, you got to hold. You don't yeah, but trust me, the person that's doing that sailing is going to get a stern, or flying is going to get a stern talking to.
Once again, just to clarify, our
My
vehicle
boat.
is healthy and all systems appear to be performing nominal. We just got to go for the weather for upper level winds, but unfortunately there's currently a boat in the range, so we're just awaiting confirmation to see if they can clear that boat in time and get it out of our radius.
How much money did that boat just cost? I'm sure Tim Ellis is a little bit pissed off. I'm sure he's a little upset with that person. Will this reset the clock? They might have to recycle, guys. It depends. They've definitely vented down systems on the pad, and there's still locks topping from what I can tell, so the vehicle could be in a standby mode. But honestly, if this takes more than a couple minutes, if it was me, I would recycle the count. Go back to your last save condition and start over. You don't pause in the middle of a launch sequence. That's a good way to make a mistake. Just start over. You got plenty of time. Don't do anything dumb. Remember, they're testing for, they need the conditions to be ideal. You don't want because this is a test flight, you want the most ideal conditions. So you want to give your rocket the best chance of success, right? Especially if the weather conditions are ideal. So what they're probably going to do is recycle. My guess, if I had to guess, they'd probably go back to a 20-minute hold when the time comes. Watch for the transporter erector to go back and start hugging the rocket again. If they do send it, if the flight director, if Clay Walker, the flight director, or the launch director, has high confidence in the vehicle's state that it's good enough to get you good testing data, he might say send it. That does.
Announcement on countdown nav is the LD. We got a hold called prior to terminal count. Hold hold gating items have been cleared. We are adjusting for a new T0 time. We'll hold the clock for terminal count until we pick up the count.
Ooh.
All right, now we are just confirming a new launch time. All items that were blocking us and giving us a red range have now been cleared out. So we're going to await that updated launch time and then update the T clock above as necessary.
Yeah, this is why if you're a pilot or if you're a captain of a ship or a boat or something, you check NOTAMs. Especially in Florida, because rockets tend to launch out of Florida pretty frequently nowadays. Elon's just fishing. Oh, boy.
All right, and the clock is about to resume just shortly here. They are coordinating that new T0. We're very excited to get this thing
Council
going.
countdown net. T-clock should pick up in 60 seconds.
Oh,
60 seconds.
Oh, he just dude, we might see it get sent here. Oh,
We have confirmed our new T0 is going to be 14:42 Eastern. Once again, that's
no, he's gonna send it.
14:42.
Oh man,
we'll see
here
the
we
T-clock
go.
rolling in just a moment here.
Oh boy, so that means they continued LOX topping and methane topping. That means the vehicle went into a standby state before they initiated the auto sequencer, which okay. The launch director Clay says send it, so we're gonna send it. T0 and the count should resume in about 40 seconds. Here we go. Okay. Usually just send it doesn't work very well with rockets. That's all I'm saying. I'm just getting that out there.
Terminal count.
But if, the launch director obviously knows more about this than I do.
Flight computer and countdown.
T-minus 60, GC with the count.
Auto sequencer initiated. Here we go. I don't know
LD, are you go for launch?
Launch director.
LD is go for launch.
And we just got that
Here we
final go for
Here
launch
we go.
from our launch director. We are now just about...
Range green.
Range is green. We're now
Range
about
operations
30
coordinator
seconds
reports
away
green.
from the
T-minus
moment that
30.
we've all worked so hard for our first launch. We've had a lot of fun with you, Terran 1. Good luck.
Have
Here
fun.
we go.
All right, I'm turning it up, guys. Headphone users, you've been warned. Headphone users, if you have the stream off in another tab. Click on it now. It's gonna get warm or loud. Did ignition. 9 good engines. Nope. Auto sequencer scrubbed it. Oh. Come on, man. Jesus. See what I mean about sending it?
As you can see, we had ignition of our engines, but the T-clock did hold at T0. We're going to stand by for updates.
Oh, man. That was about as close to T0 as you can get before it's scrubbed. So that was an automated hold. The auto sequencer on the computer, that program the sequencer that they initiated at T-minus 70 saw something it didn't like, and it stopped. It cut it before it launched the vehicle into an unsafe condition. See what I mean? It pays to recycle, so that doesn't happen. The computers on board saw a condition that it didn't like. So the auto sequencer is a computer. It's basically the computer is looking for numbers. It's looking for telemetry, like engine thrust, for instance. If one of the engines is not reading the maximum amount of thrust, that means something's going wrong with it. So instead of trying to launch it with 8 engines that are good and one engine that's like not working nominally, right? It'll just shut it off. Now, that could be a couple of different things, guys. The auto sequencer parameters could be configured incorrectly. It's possible. This is the first launch. You don't know. You don't know if it's going to be configured right. You haven't launched it before. I mean, there's been testing, no doubt, but It's one of those things that you kind of have to keep track of, right? If the conditions for it could be wrong. I mean, that looked like good 9-engine ignition to me. All 9 engines looked right. You could tell engine ignition looks good with rocket engines just by looking at the flames coming out. It's like how you can tell how good a car engine's working by looking at a spark plug. You can figure it out. The exhaust coming out of the engine is a really good way to tell. Everything looked good in there. So, like all 9 engines, the flames were nice and crisp. This is how you can tell. If the flames are nice and uniform and crisp coming out of the rocket engine, and at the end of the nozzle, if the flames go slightly a little bit wider than the nozzle, which is called over or under expansion, that's perfect. That's what you want. All 9 engines look to be okay there, but that tells me that something else on the vehicle, it didn't like something else. It could be, I mean, there's 1,000 moving parts on this, well, more than 1,000. There's a lot of moving parts on this thing. All the auto sequencer has to do is see one thing that ticks red, and it'll be like, nope. So right now, what the launch director is doing is he's looking at the auto sequencer and trying to figure out, we're not trying to figure out, it probably already told him what's wrong. Yep, they closed the clamps. They closed the clamps up there. Vehicle is safing itself. The auto sequencer also controls that.
I'm hearing from Mission Control that
they're trying to figure out what's up.
Vehicle health to confirm if we can do a recycle today and try this thing one more time.
Yeah. It's Gemini 7 style. Yeah, indeed. All right, let's take a look. I'm going to just look at that ignition real quick here, again, one more time, and then we'll get back up to the cast. See, that's what I mean, dude. Trying to send it at T-minus 70 seconds is usually something you don't see with rockets. In fact, the last people that did that, the rocket didn't work. But that wasn't Relativity. That was another company. So let's take a look. So they spin start the motors. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, see how the flames super crisp, very clear, very clear. It's a LNG rocket, so you're gonna get really nice crisp blue flames with this thing. But you see how the plume, see right there, you can see that flow phenomenon. It goes a little bit outside of the nozzle. That's healthy. That's real healthy. Yeah, see, all this turbulent stuff here is just ice falling off the booster and getting sucked down into the flame trench. This looks like good ignition to me. Yep, the center engine. I saw it too. Hold on a second, fellas. That center engine looks like it didn't get a good ignition. Let me just slow it down here. But you got to remember that could be 1,000 different things. It might do that on purpose. All right, let's take a look again. This is it in slow motion. See, all this flashing that's going on is because when the rocket engines ignite, it vibrates the rocket like crazy, and all the ice that's accumulated on it falls off, and it gets sucked down into the flame trench. But watch right there. Oh, she's coughing a little bit. Oh, yeah, the other engines weren't doing that, so that might be that center engine. Right at T-minus 0, it looks like that center engine did something. So, if you see flames coming out from inside the nozzle like that, that usually is not good. But then again, that could be the engine. But that flashes like that could be bad. Hang on one second. I'm going to get us back up to live here. They do.
As you heard, once again, we had a violation with our launch commit criteria, which is why we had an abort shortly before liftoff. The team is continuing to assess vehicle health to confirm if we can have a recycle today.
I want to hear exactly what he said. I'm just going to back up a little bit.
Seconds. On net. Announcement on countdown net. This is the LD. We aborted terminal count on a launch commit criteria violation at T-minus 0.5 seconds. prior to liftoff, or safing the vehicle and assessing recycle opportunities.
So, launch commit criteria basically means exactly what I said. The autosequencer saw something it didn't like. An engine. I'm gonna put my money on that center engine, but once again, I'm just an armchair rocket scientist. I don't know. The flames are a really easy way to tell if an engine is working correctly, but once again, don't take what I say as gospel either. I'm not an engineer. That center engine did look to... So, those flames could be anything, guys. Those flames could be... That could be... Dude, something upstream of the nozzle is really hard to tell what's going on, right? And everything is upstream of the nozzle. Like, all the rocket's components are upstream of the nozzle. The nozzle's ideally the last place you want the gases to go, right? So, okay, they did a vent down on the TE, interestingly enough. But, so, okay, here's what can happen, guys. So, if a rocket engine sputters like that, don't get me wrong, a component could have failed, but it's also likely that it could it created a hard start condition by accident. Sometimes, you know, like rockets, because of how they're engineered, they're so precision engineered. If all the conditions for starting aren't exactly right, you know, you could go to try to start it and it could see that thing started. They had some kind of cavitation inside of the combustion chamber, meaning there were flames. The flames that got popped out, and once again, it could be 1,000 different things. This is just one example of what it could be. That I would call that cavitation, meaning that the combustion chamber pressure on that center engine did not get up to full power, and the autosequencer saw that, and it was like, nope, Now, once again, cavitation in the combustion chamber can happen for 1,000 different reasons. Cavitation means there's low pressure in the combustion chamber mixed with high pressure.
As a reminder, we're currently at 14:50 Eastern Time, and our launch window is open until 1600 Eastern. So our teams are currently assessing any recycle opportunities that we have during this time.
So it looked like cavitation in there. That's what that looks like if the flames actually come out of the nozzle. Like, it looked like they were coming out of the throat. They were a different color, meaning a different temperature. Different temperature means different pressure. What could create cavitation in the combustion chamber could be 1,000 different things. It could be something as simple as a hard start. You ever try to start your car and it doesn't start right away and you start again and it starts fine? Could be that. Could be a hard start condition. In which case, if I were the launch director, I would be figuring out why that engine had a hard start condition and why you didn't catch it before. Second part, you could get cavitation in the combustion chamber through chamber wall burn through, amongst other things. Chamber wall burn through means the engine is kaput, which means, I mean, that happens, dude. This was their test mule. A lot of companies like Firefly, for instance, launched with their test mule engines just to, you know, get data. If the rocket failed, it failed. It is what it is, right? Like, it's a test flight, you know. So a lot of them launch with their test mule engines. A test mule engine is something that you put on the test stand and you test the trash out of to see where its theoretical limits are. That has happened before. But yeah, if it's like wall burn through or something, you're pretty screwed. But see, combustion chamber wall burn through doesn't really happen on a hard start condition. It can. It's possible. But honestly, there's no way to say what that really was unless we had the data in front of us. I mean, it looked like cavitation to me, but I don't know. It's really hard to say. Check the spark plugs, glow plugs.
Cloud coming out of the transporter erector or the black truss structure there. That is just because we're keeping our propellant topped in case we can re-attempt a launch before the end of the window today at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I agree. A hard start condition usually happens right when you go to start the engine, not a couple of seconds after. All those engines started to throttle up, and once they throttled up, once they approached full power, that thing started sputtering, which means it might be something upstream. Well, it's obviously something upstream. We don't know what that is. That could be a valve. That could be a valve malfunctioning. They could have sprung a leak. The injector plate could have gotten jammed or something. A fuel filter may have messed up. There's a bunch of different things that could be. It literally could be anything on the rocket engine. A pneumatic system couldn't be working. Their autogenous tap-off might not be working correctly. There's 1,000 different things. It literally could be anything. You've not enough minerals. They might need more Vespine gas. There's also that. Could be that. Green usually indicates the engine is melting because the engine is copper and copper oxide. Yeah, Rocket, those flames didn't look green to me, but I didn't really look at it long enough before we punched back to live, dude.
As you can see, the T clock rolled back. We are still working on a recycle, so we'll keep you updated as soon as we have confirmation.
What happened? So Electron, Relativity got to T-minus 70, auto sequencer start. They had a boat in the range, so they stopped for about a minute, and then they reinitiated the auto sequencer, and then it got to T-minus 6, all 9 engines ignited, and then the auto sequencer aborted the launch at T-minus 5, or T-minus 0.5 seconds, I should say. About as close as you're going to get to a launch. We think it has something to do with the center engine, based off of what we saw, but there's no way to be sure. Here, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna bring up on another monitor. I will bring up the stream, and we will go back and look. We'll look on one monitor and keep the audio from the live cast up on the other monitor, so we can go back and take a look-see and see what happened here. Because we did see some sputtering from the center engine. Rocket engine sputtering like that is not good for the rocket engine. This kills the rocket engine. So let's go into the side-by-side view. This view over here is the replay. That's the live shot. Let me take a look and see what we can see here. Come on, you. That's the wiggle. So let's take a look. So we got the replay up over here. Yeah, Bill, it could be that. I mean, so if we watch that center engine here on the replay, this is the replay, that's the live shot. See it right there? Watch it right there. See that sputtering? That's not good. It saw something, the auto sequencer saw something it didn't like, and if I have to put my money on it, it's probably that center motor. Probably the center engine. But see, here's the thing. Just because the flames coming out of that center engine are weird and the auto sequencer saw that the center engine wasn't performing right, doesn't necessarily mean that the engine is wrong. It could be something upstream. Right? Everything flows down to the rocket engine. So you have your fuel lines into the fuel tank. There's a vent line up top. The fuel goes down through a pipe into a manifold, splits 9 times to each engine, fuel and oxidizer. And there's valves in there, there's fill and drain lines, there's a bunch of stuff in there. Just because the rocket engine is sputtering doesn't mean that it couldn't be something upstream. Rockets do have a siphoning effect, and when you try to ignite 9 engines, you can literally you can implode fuel lines if the start conditions don't work. Now, once again, I don't think that's what happened here. When a fuel line implodes, that usually happens. You can overpress a tank or something, like a bajillion things can happen, but that siphoning effect can actually suck all the propellants out of the pipes for a second if you don't have your tanks at the right flight pressure, and that could create air bubbles in the fuel line that could go to the rocket engine. That can happen. It does happen. It's happened before. SpaceX did that with Booster 7. If, you know, for your Starship fans out there, they tried to ignite all the engines, it siphoned it out and crushed the downcomer. Like, destroyed it. Because lighting a lot of rocket engines at once is difficult, right? So it could be a bunch of different things. Here, let's watch this thing in slow-mo again. Once again, live coverage is over there. This is the replay of the launch. I mean, those flames, it's inconclusive. I can't really say, but I know that that center motor right there definitely did something wrong. You see how the flames coming out of all the engines are nice and crisp? It's really nice uniform flame. You can usually tell how healthy a rocket engine is by looking at the flame. That's how you can tell. If it's spewing out green, that means you're running engine rich, which means the engine is disintegrating. You see flames that are yellow, orange, means the flames are at a different temperature, which means you have something wrong. There's something wrong inside of the engine. It could be anything. Now watch that center motor right there. See? See? She starts coughing. See that? Right when all the engines get up to max power, that engine started experiencing an issue. You know that the engines are at max power because you see the shock cones at the very bottom of the screen, right? Watch down at the bottom. See those? That's how you know the engine's up at full power. What's happening there and why this phenomenon happens is because the engines are pushing out so much gas, right? The gas is trying to expand, but atmospheric pressure pushes it back on itself. Basically, those gases are coming out, but they have the weight of all the gases in our atmosphere on top of them, right? So they try to expand out, but our atmosphere pushes it back in on itself, and that causes this conic effect here. That's the the gases collapsing in on themselves after they've been, expanded out the nozzle. This phenomenon here, these are called shock cones right here, or shock diamonds, or mock diamonds. You know, people call them a bunch of different names. Mock diamonds is more jets, but these things right here are basically, that's when the engine gets up to full power. That's when the combustion chamber is at maximum pressure, because this is what you want with the first stage engine. You want what's called a slightly under-expanded plume, meaning the plain English way of saying how plume under expansion works. I could get into exhaust velocity and mass flow rate and combustion chamber pressure, but all this other rocketry nerd stuff, maybe we could someday, but the short answer is that the rocket engine isn't generating enough of an explosion to fill the chamber up. It doesn't, you have to, for a rocket engine to work, you have to fill it up with fire and basically pressurize said explosion and shoot it out and impinge it and shoot it out the back, right? If you're not filling up the rocket engine with enough explosion, right, you wouldn't get this. And it looks like, from what I can tell there, it looks like the center engine didn't get up to full throttle. But the interesting thing to note is that if we look at this, there's an interesting thing, and it could just be camera perspective. It's possible, but it looks like this engine might be at a slightly different throttle than this engine. But once again, that's most likely camera perspective, if I had to guess. But it looks like, see, that cone is not exactly at like parallel with this one. See what I'm saying? This could be a bunch of different things, but what I think is going on has to do with the center motor. If you see it right at the last second, if we back up just a little ways, this thing starts coughing right at T-1. See that? See this? That's no good. But once again, that's just all a guess, guys. I don't know for sure. Weather for Electron is currently 70% favorable. Good, good. Look below the center engine again in slow-mo. Does it look like there's debris coming out of the engine? Geek, it could be, but it's hard to tell with all the ice in the background. I mean, it could have gone engine rich, but I don't know, man. I mean, clearly they're not sure what went wrong here, because it's taking a second for them to come back. Can the rocket still lift with 8.5 engines? Yeah, of course it could. It probably could simulate it if I had to guess, but also at the same time, remember, this is a test flight. If I had to guess, and this is me taking a big guess, if I had to guess, their conditions for launching are probably very conservative, meaning that their auto sequencer is looking for ideal numbers. That's what you would do on a test flight, because, you know, okay, in rocketry we talk about nominal ranges a lot, okay? So I'll give you an example. A nominal range for temperature for your LOX propellant, right, is basically how much the temperature window for where liquid oxygen exists as a liquid. Oxygen exists as a liquid at like minus 293 F or something like that, and there's a narrow range, right? If you heat it up too much, it's going to go to gas. If you freeze it too much, it's going to solidify, right? That nominal range, for instance, right there, is something that the auto sequencer would be looking for, okay? And now don't get me wrong, this has nothing to do with Terran 1. This is just an example of what a nominal range is. It means basically a gap, right, where you're good to go. You know that it's going to be good anywhere in this range. Now, your auto sequencer, for instance, because this is your first test flight, you want the conditions to be as ideal as humanly possible, right? Because it's hard to kind of do the math and analytical or analytical models for a wide nominal range, that gets different. Anybody that's ever worked on a differential equation knows exactly what I'm talking about. You start compounding more stuff, you start putting more stuff, you have to do a lot more math. It's a real pain in the butt. So the autosequencer is probably very conservatively configured. Looking, for instance, once again, this is just an example. Instead of looking for like a 10-degree difference in temperature on your oxidizer, right? They're probably looking for like a 3 or a 5-degree difference because they want the test flight to be perfect. You have to get these as close to ideal as possible and give your rocket a good baseline. Then, as you fly more and more, that nominal window can expand once you have more understanding of what the vehicle is doing, all right? And once again, they don't have any problems with fuel temperatures this time. That's just an example, all right? This nominal range, or this kind of, Goldilocks zone for different parameters, is probably very, very small for all the parameters on the vehicle to make sure that the vehicle launches under the most ideal conditions it possibly can. Based on this, it doesn't look like it went engine rich, but you do ponder the scenario that was an imperfection in the nozzle, like a super small crack or scar or something, which caused that small hot zone somewhere near the injector plate where the flow is still very slow. Yeah, Rocket, yeah, exactly. The flames coming out of the back of a rocket engine don't lie, dude. They don't lie. They will tell you what's going on, and you can tell just by the flames how healthy a rocket engine is. Like, look at this footage, for instance. Watch the flames. They'll change color. See that? See the flames change color right before the motor went... Pfft. Yeah. In that Starship test that I have back here, the engines started getting too hot because of an improper fuel ratio. And the Raptor engine started running lean. And when they started running lean, the temperature went up. And it started melting the engine from the inside out. The green flames that you saw from this particular scenario, right, were basically the hot gases melting the rocket engine from the inside out. And it was burning copper as fuel instead of methane, right? Not ideal. We call that running engine rich. You don't want to run engine rich. However, funny thing is, some rockets do run engine rich. The Space Shuttle SRBs actually run nozzle rich, if you really want to know. Some rockets do that. Some rockets make the nozzle of the rocket out of heat shield, a phenolic impregnated carbon or something, or some type of reinforced carbon, and it's an ablative thing. Literally, the nozzle burning off actually keeps the nozzle cool. That's a thing. Some rockets do run engine rich. Raptor, however, does not do that. It's not supposed to do that. Neither is the Aeon engines on this. I don't think these are supposed to run engine rich. Just like a car, if anybody here knows about tuning, rocket engines are combusting stuff just like a car engine would, right? You can run fuel rich or lean, right? So fuel rich or oxidizer lean means that your ratio of fuel to oxidizer goes too far in one direction or another. There's always an ideal amount of fuel and oxidizers to deliver to give you the best, most efficient explosion, right? And I'm sure because Relativity is using butane, propane, and methane, that there's some that the stoichiometry for that is probably really weird. That there's some ideal mixture, and if you go too far in one way or too far in the other way, if you go too lean, just like a car engine, you melt it, and this kills the rocket motor. You go too fuel rich, you're not going to make a powerful enough explosion, right? And you're not going to be able to hold combustion chamber pressure, even though the engine will run really cold, right? That's probably not going to work well either. If you can't maintain combustion chamber pressure, you made a nice flamethrower. Now, with that being said, some engines run fuel rich on purpose. Some rocket engines run intentionally fuel rich to keep the engine cool. And some other rocket engines run intentionally fuel rich to make more power, like diesel trucks rolling coal, for instance. Some engines do both of those things. Like a Merlin 1D does both of those. They run the turbo pumps extremely fuel rich to keep the thing cool, to keep it from melting. And the nozzle is film cooled on there to keep the nozzle so they can reuse it. They run fuel rich on a Merlin engine. That's why the flames coming out of Falcon 9 are like yellow and black. And why Falcon 9, when it comes back down and lands, it's flying through the exhaust from the turbo pump because it's open cycle. It dumps the turbo pump exhaust overboard, right? So it's flying through its own cloud of soot, which is why Falcon 9 gets all charred up when it comes back down. Fuel rich equals what? Okay, so rich versus lean, all right? So when you're doing what's called chemical deflagration, okay? So deflagration or deflagration, you call it whatever you want. That means you're taking a fuel and an oxidizer, you are combining it, and you are blowing it up. Combustion. Combustion is deflagration, all right? The opposite of deflagration is detonation, okay? Detonation is a whole nother thing. We'll just leave detonation over there. Some stuff detonates. Detonations with rocket engines usually doesn't end well. That sounds as bad as it sounds, yeah. You usually don't want it. There are some examples of that where you might, though, but that's another story. So, all right, if you have a fuel and an oxidizer, there is an ideal amount of fuel and oxidizer that you need to deliver and explode to get a nice, healthy explosion. You ideally don't want any extra fuel or extra oxidizer coming out of the bottom of your rocket, right? You don't want that. You want it to explode, and that explosion of hot gases gets forced out the bottom, right? That's what you want. Sometimes rocket engines will run fuel rich and spew unburnt fuel out the bottom of the rocket engine to stay cool. That's what lean and rich means. Rich means you're delivering too much fuel and not enough oxidizer. And lean means you're delivering too much oxidizer and not enough fuel. These can have consequences. Running lean will get you a very efficient burn.
All right, the T-clock is rolling.
Here we go.
Again, everyone,
It'll get you a very efficient burn, but it runs hotter. Fuel rich runs colder, but it's not very efficient.
5 Eastern. Once again, 15:55
No problem, Corretto.
Eastern in just under 44 minutes.
Okay.
We're going to keep going.
All right. So they're targeting the very end of the window, guys. So honestly, what probably happened here... Okay, so let me put it to you like this. If there was something wrong with that engine, they wouldn't have restarted the count. Whatever happened there was some type of startup event. I mean, Rocket Guy, you're right. It could just be a scratch in the nozzle. If they figured out that it's just a scratch in the nozzle and that their autosequencer parameters were configured too conservatively, they'll adjust the autosequencer parameters and set it to fly again. Change settings.cfg right now. Hey, Hokie gifted a sub to Rain. Thank you. And Pulp had a sub in there too. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Right? They must be restarting for the end of the window. They are. They're targeting the end of the window. So back to send it. Well, dude, after that long of a pause, they're not in. This isn't ascended anymore. This is figuring out why, if I had to guess, once again, huge guess, this is figuring out why that center engine was sputtering. If they have figured it out and they are confident in the solution, and that's up to the launch director, that's up to Clay Walker, the launch director, the guy that looks like Jesus in the back of launch control. That's up to him. If he sees the data and looks at the data and says that the autosequencer caught this failure, but it looks like what it caught was not something that's going to affect the mission, they will adjust the parameters on the autosequencer and cycle the count, which is what they're doing. However, if you're doing something like that, you best be damn sure the conclusion that you came to was based off of scientific data. All right? So if you just said, just reconfigure the autosequencer and send it, now you're rolling the dice. And the whole object of this, right? The whole object of launching rockets into space is to, obviously, you want a successful mission. You don't want to increase your odds of failure. And saying just send it can often do that. But I'm going to guess that that's not what's going on. If they had recycled the count right after the scrub and said, fine, we'll recycle it, go right away, then I'd be like, But they clearly took some time to figure out why that did that, why the rocket autosequencer aborted. They could have adjusted parameters, figured out that it's really not that big of a deal. It's like if you have a carburetor backfire on a car. Like, if a car backfires, it's not that big of a deal, but you best be figuring out why it did that. You don't want it to detonate when you're going down the road. Once again, going back to that whole detonation thing, right? You best be figuring out why. So, if they reviewed the data and they figured out why, they've obviously recycled the count and they're sending it again. They're confident that what that was just kind of that little guy. I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Not gonna lie, you should have told them they saw the center engine fail. They definitely saw it, MGI. If we saw it here on this cast, they saw it there for sure. Someone redeemed channel points for send it. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna go grab some water. I'm out. I'll be right back. 1 second. They stopped the count again, guys? Oh, they recycled. Huh. They cycled again. They will hit the end of the window. Well, Thomas, they said that clock is not synced to the actual countdown timer sometimes. Like, we saw it on Wednesday. We saw it bounce around all over the place. So that tells me that they were just syncing up the clock. Yeah.
We just got an update from our engineers in mission control. We are updating the T0 time to 1600 Eastern. Once again, that is 1600 Eastern. T clock is rolling.
Literally the absolute end of the launch window. No, Banana, so basically they have reserved time on the range for that flight corridor, and that flight corridor ends at 4 o'clock Eastern time. So that's in 45 minutes from now, at the top of the hour. Once again, guys, now it's rolling the dice. If do you want to, this is a decision you have to make as a launch director, right? If any of you ever get to that point, it's a decision you have to make. Are you confident enough that what happened when you tried to fire it a second ago was just a fluke? If so, what created that fluke? Are you confident enough to remedy the problem? And this is where this is why you have to be patient. Like, you guys have seen me play Kerbal. Stuff blows up all the time. It's hilarious, right? But, I'm usually patient with it. You have to be. Right? That's because that's real rockets, man. That's how real rockets work. You got to be patient with it. If you try to force the issue, it's definitely not going to work, right? So what Clay is probably doing right now is he's probably talking with the rest of the people in launch control, making sure that they've isolated whatever that problem was. Is it auto sequencer parameter config? Is the engine trying to eat itself? Is it running too lean? Is it running too rich? What's wrong? Was it an upstream problem? You have to figure it out. And they're now basically they were pretty much already conferring, right, to see what that problem is. And if they recycled the count, that means they're confident that problem, whatever happened, can be remedied. But there is still this is still a dice roll. The absolute best way to be sure would be to go check on the rocket, but you're not going to get near it when it's fully fueled. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't get near a test flight rocket when it's fully fueled. Maybe if it's launched a couple of times and shows that it being fully fueled is completely safe to be around, but I definitely wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't get near a test rocket when it's fully fueled. That's a bad idea. Right? So, that would be the best way to do it, but you can't do that right now. You only have an hour. Well, you have 42 minutes, right? Human space program needs to implement quick save so they can revert to launch. Yeah, we just need to figure out the whole flux capacitor thing. Exactly, Fardar. On the other side of that, if they do it again and the autosequencer has the same problem, right, then you know that it's not isolated. But also at the same time, that means your analysis was off. That means something is wrong, something malfunctioned. And if something malfunctions with the rocket, like, you really need to figure out why. So, like, if you're driving around in your car and the alternator fails, right? You know, whatever, just replace it. It'll be fine, right? That's not really how rockets work. I mean, sometimes it is just replacing the part, but you have to figure out why that part failed with the rocket. Because what's to say that it won't happen again? Anybody here ever own a car that keeps throwing belts? Like your serpentine belt keeps coming unwound? Why? That's happening for a reason, and you need to figure out what that reason is. Now, with a car, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. If you go to the auto store, get a belt for 10 bucks. Whatever, just replace it. It'll be fine, right? Like, you don't need to get that in depth with an automobile, right? But with rockets, you have to be very sure. Is this a recurring problem? Why didn't you see this problem in testing, right? Why didn't it show up in testing? Is it because you tested the rocket before? Doesn't bode well for reusability if that's the case. If you can only fire the rocket engine a couple of times before it starts to break, that's not good. That means the engine that you intended to reuse millions of times, not millions, right, is not doing what you asked it to do. So, like I said, it's a dice roll. It's a dice roll now. So you might not be able to isolate that problem in time. But I'm confident that Relativity has. They wouldn't have recycled and targeted the end of the launch window after an engine ignition if they weren't sure. But the flip side of that is that this is a test flight. You can afford to make mistakes now. In fact, this is the time when you want to make mistakes. You don't want to make mistakes when there's a $200 million payload on the top of that rocket. That's a really good way to lose friends in the launch services industry. You know, you go to screw around with somebody's $200 million payload on board and it fails, and guess what? I hope you're insured. They just said they're recycling the clock drummer. I haven't heard any updates as in terms of technical conditions of the vehicle.
For those of you that are tuning in today, we're going to take a moment again to introduce ourselves. My name is Rachelle Aniceto. I am the Chief of Staff for the Vehicle Architecture and Technology team.
And I'm Arwa Tazani Kelly, Technical Program Manager for Test and Launch here at Relativity Space.
Yeah, please, what they can.
Now, ahead of Terran 1's liftoff, we invited some of the most influential voices in the space industry to curate some questions from you all on Twitter about our journey to launch.
Oh, no.
We appreciate the time that Michael Sheets, space reporter at CNBC, Eric Berger, senior space editor at Ars Technica, and Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, took to answer your questions. Let's take a look.
This question comes off of Twitter from Danny Stover. Many launch companies fail their first attempt. Will Terran 1 reach the same fate? What makes Relativity's approach different?
That's a good question.
I want to hear, Michael, what do you have for that one?
Many companies failing their first launch attempt is, I think, a great example of the high risk aspect of the development process. And I think that's one thing a lot of people need to keep in mind is there's along the way to development, even before launch, there's all these milestones that you're trying to get through, including, as we've seen recently, static fire. So you pass those milestones, you get more data. As you move closer and closer, the end goal is, can we not just get into space, not just get into orbit, but deliver into the targeted orbit, get to the place we want to actually be? And I think a nice analogy of it is like ordering an Uber. You want an Uber that's going to get you the closest to your destination, ideally your front door. But if your Uber is dropping you off, a couple miles away, you're probably not going to continue, using the app anymore because you're going to try to go with a competitor who's actually getting into that ideal orbit. So will it make its first attempt is that open question. And I think I really want to stress the development side of where the company is, because people see failure at kind of any stage and they go, oh, this is a wash. But it's really important to understand that ultimate goal of an intentional specific orbit.
I'll answer the question a little bit more bluntly. I do think Relativity probably will fail on their first launch attempt. If you look back at no new space company has ever reached orbit on their first flight attempt. You had Rocket Lab fail, SpaceX failed on their first attempt, Virgin Orbit failed, Firefly failed, ABL failed. And so, it's the odds are against them, and more credit to them if they succeed. And I also think that the 3D printed nature of the structure is a big test. Are you going to be able to see that get through max Q? And then there's some more complex elements on the Terran 1 rocket that you might see in a more traditionally developed launch vehicle. And so I think seeing a nominal first stage performance would be a pretty big win for Relativity. And I'd love to see them get to orbit on their first time out. I just think historically the odds are pretty long against it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with Eric there. I realized just recently that, the Pegasus, when it first launched, was one of the only rockets to successfully make it to orbit on its first launch. So, that was definitely not by any means considered new space by today's standards. But realistically, like Eric said, the odds of being completely successful on the first round is statistically about 0. So I'm just excited to see if they can get through the first big milestone. If they can, make it through max Q, if they can see stage separation. Each staging event is definitely one of those big unknowns until you do it for the first time. Can you light your upper stage engine? Can you, deploy your fairing? Can you eventually, if you get to deploying a spacecraft from on orbit, that's the ultimate milestone, of course. But yeah, there's a lot of things between there and leaving the ground. So yeah, time will tell.
I mean, I think only of the companies that we talked about outside of Pegasus, and that was Orbital Sciences, and of course that was a solid fueled rocket, and most of which was not developed in-house like the commercial space companies of today. But of the companies we talked about, only Rocket Lab got to like a second stage engine ignition and flight, right, on their first mission.
Yeah.
21st century wise, that's definitely true. And I think another way to tackle this question is defining failure, because when you talk about many companies fail their first attempt, you need to understand the multi-step process of a rocket launch. And I think that's another important aspect where, depending on how far they get towards their ultimate goal, will categorize whether this is a learning experience from a failure standpoint or this has a lot more to build upon. And every step that they complete during the launch is another check mark towards success.
Yeah, absolutely.
This next question comes from Hantronics. With the capability of 3D rocket printing, will we see a day when rocket engines are a part of the ship structure such that their major components won't need to be removed, inspected, or replaced after every launch? I don't remove my engine in the car every 1,000 miles.
I think there's always going to need to be some kind of repairability and separateness of the components of the structure of the vehicle and the engines. I mean, there's just an inherent, physical moving parts. You have bearings, you have valves, you have components that just would need to be inspected on any vehicle. And if you completely integrate that into the structure to the point of not being able to remove and service it, you just really, you really limit yourself. Now, if you're talking about an expendable launch vehicle, there is the potential that integrating it could actually add potentially some reliability or simplicity or mass saving. So it depends on your overall goal. If you're talking about a reusable vehicle that you're flying over and over and over, completely integrating it to the point of not being able to even remove and service it is probably not the best idea, in my opinion.
I would just say that, this is an impossible.
Every piece of mechanical equipment requires maintenance. Every one.
What I love
That's
about the launch industry today is you've got all these companies trying different things, right? You've got ABL out there trying to basically build a miniature Falcon 9 as simple as possible, a modular approach, ship it and shoot it from a launch pad. You have, Virgin Orbit trying air launch. You had Astra trying to build the cheapest, perhaps less reliable rocket, and you got Relativity doing additive manufacturing. And so it's great to see all of these different approaches because we're going to try them all out, and it takes a real world test, I think, to get the right answer ultimately.
I'll do this one. This one comes from Kyle A. Mabe asking, what other markets in the space sector or beyond do you see Stargate technology being applied in? I kind of mentioned it earlier. I would love to see, large-scale additive manufacturing be used for, automobile prototyping, race car prototyping, especially. Oh my God, like the Formula One world, where every year the cars have new restrictions and new rules and new set of rules to have to.
That's my
engineer
boy
by.
right there.
Being able to at scale develop stuff with a 3D printer makes all the sense in the world. So I think that's a pretty no-brainer to be the automotive industry.
I think there certainly are potential other market use cases, but additive manufacturing, obviously predated relativity, and they're trying to apply it in this really significant way with such enormous structures. And I think that's the fascinating aspect, is you try out the technology behind the rocket in such a extreme use case where then other sectors can look, where can we apply this? Where can we iterate faster by implementing printing these as solid entire structures, as opposed to different pieces that you put into whether it's for shipping or other large industrial components. You can see the kind of downstream effects of basically a demonstration of, hey, we can build a rocket with this type of technology. What else can't we build?
I think Michael's exactly right. There's been talk about relativity since it was, almost since it was founded. Is this a launch company or is this a 3D printing company? I think, that once they sort of wrap their hands around spaceflight, they're going to be taking this technology into other areas, and we don't really know what those are. It'd be interesting to find out. Just for me personally, one of the big issues that we've seen in this country and around the world has been housing issues. And so I don't know if 3D printing these large structures could be applied to housing units or things like that. But it's going to be fun to find out where this technology goes.
Guys, whenever I explain something, now don't get me wrong, some explanations take a lot of mouth flapping, all right? But whenever I try to explain something, I try to use the least amount of sentences every time. There's a very good reason for that.
1600 Eastern. We're currently going to stand by from an update from Mission Control in the next few minutes.
Rocket Lab scrubbed. Oh, good. Maybe I'll get to go to the grocery store today. So, guys, there was another launch that was targeting about 2 hour 30 from now. Rocket Lab's with the Electron launch out of Wallops. Rocket Lab has called off the launch attempt today in Virginia due to strong upper-level winds. Officials did not immediately set a new target launch date for Rocket Lab's second flight from Wallops, carrying 2 radar satellites. Okay, so Electron's off the board for today, guys. What do you think? I was able to get to LKO with 33 bajillion Delta V left. Looks good, man. Looks good. Yeah, 10, that sounds about right. I mean, nobody, just wait until next week. Oh, yeah, God, yeah, I just got to do that. That's Next Spaceflight, Atlantic. Literally nextspaceflight.com. That's run by my buddy Michael, Mike Baylor. Yeah, that guy's a launch fanatic, dude. He keeps that site like tip top, dude. It's pretty much real-time updates on Next. That's why I like it. There's another site that's rocketlaunch.live that's run by my buddy Pat, Space Pat, which also does that too. Rocketlaunch.live or Next Spaceflight, either one of those. I know both of those guys. They're good dudes. They're pretty damn reliable with what they do. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to flex by saying I know, like, oh, I know that guy. I know that guy, meaning we've talked before, and I trust that it's going to be the right information. You know what I mean? What's the material around the engine? That's probably I don't know exactly, or excuse me, Natty TV. Excuse me if I said it wrong. It's most likely Nomex fire blankets, if I had to guess. You basically. When the rocket launches, so let's say my water bottle here is the rocket. When the rocket launches, you have the nozzles that are sticking out of the bottom, right? and they're shooting gas out, and then air is going past the rocket, right? And there's a little bit of a gap between where the bottom of the nozzles are and the very bottom of the rocket. So the nozzles would be like right here, and the bottom of the rocket's there, right? That area right there gets extremely freaking hot. Now, why does it get really, really freaking hot? Well, one, there's those 9 things at the bottom that make flames. Those are warm. They get warm. Second part about it is the air rushing past the rocket, especially when you get near like max Q or something, the air rushing past doesn't turn and try to fill that gap. It just keeps going. So you end up getting a low pressure pocket between the nozzle and the bottom of the rocket. There's a huge pocket of low pressure in there. And that low pressure, because there's less air in there, basically traps the heat. It traps the heat in there. So the flames on some rockets, when they fly, you have to have good thermal protection around the bottom, because the flames actually, some of them can get caught. The flames coming out of the rocket engine can actually go back up. They go back up in and around the nozzles. And some flames on some rockets, this happens with Falcon 9, it happened with the Saturn V, it can actually start traveling up the rocket and burn the whole bottom of the thing. That absolutely is a thing. Even on the space shuttle, the bottom of the external tank, despite the shuttle engines being up here and the 2 SRBs being on the sides like that, the bottom of the external tank got scorched every flight because low pressure is there. The air can't turn and fill that gap, so you get a lot of low pressure behind it. That's drag. That's what drag is. In aerodynamics, it's basically a huge pressure differential, right? That's what causes drag, right? And it usually gets really hot in there because there's not that heat goes in, and since it's at such low pressure, right? It's really easy to heat that air up, and it really gets freaking super hot in there. So Relativity has heat blankets on the nozzles to make sure that the flames don't travel up inside of the vehicle. Most rockets have heat blankets like that. The shuttle has them. I mean, the shuttle has it on the top. They coated the entire shuttle with those heat blankets. It's Nomex. It's a fire blanket. That's all it is. I mean, it's an aerospace grade one, but it's an aerospace grade. It's basically a fire blanket. That's all. Yeah, that's what they are. And it's to prevent flames from going back up inside of the rocket during launch. Yeah, the F1 engines on the Saturn V got so freaking hot. Yeah, that's right, Bill. They got so freaking hot, they finally said screw it, and they just wrapped them in asbestos. They wrapped the F1 engines in asbestos because the heat that happened underneath the Saturn V was so bad that the exhaust from one engine could literally melt the outside of the other engine right next to it. Yeah, they figured that out on the test stands during the Apollo program. Those 5 F1 engines in the Saturn V's first stage, the exhaust from one is so ridiculously hot, it could melt the outside of the other one next to it. So they ended up wrapping the engines in asbestos to get it to work. Can't you have scoops and ducts that funnel air there? Oh yeah, sure. Sure. BX, yeah, absolutely. But that's creating more turbulent air. You're actually creating more drag doing that. That's an intake down at the bottom of your rocket. That intake is going to make drag, especially at supersonic and hypersonic speeds. I mean, rockets go pretty damn fast. And that air intake is only going to work for maybe the first 40 seconds before the rocket gets out of the atmosphere, right? Long story short, a heat blanket is a lot simpler of a solution. But yeah, you could do that if the application determined that you needed something like that. But heat blankets is still the simplest way to do it. Did they say what the reason for the hold was? We didn't get the reason, no. Oh, that sucks, Rezel. That's cool, though. It's cool that he had skin in the game, man. That's neat. Hey, Funky, what's going on? Pad 100. Hey, AJ, thanks for all the content. You're a legend. No problem, dude. I got you. 5-month resub. Can asbestos still be used in today's rockets? The material science has advanced a little bit since then, Vin. There's other ways. Other ways to do things. Yep, no need to reinvent the wheel. And that's the duality of aerospace engineering, guys, and mechanical engineering, any type of engineering. You know? This is a complicated thing, right? How much more complicated do you want to make it? Engineering is about taking a complex idea and reducing it to about as simple as it possibly can be. Make it as simple as possible. That's good engineering. And that takes time. It takes time. Heat blankets might not be the solution for relativity in the future. Who knows? Oh, all right, Fa. That's cool. Fuck you gaming. I like it. Good name, man. Yeah, dude, it's super interesting, man. Like, I would hope that people, when they watch the streams, get something out of it. Just something. Like, oh, that's pretty neat. Like, I try to be like the Discovery Channel back in the day, you know? Like, you're going to learn something. That's cool. You're never going to use this information, right? But it's still cool to know. That's my goal. That's what I'm trying to do. But if you do end up liking it, well, that's good too, you know? Yeah, there you go, asshead. That's right. It might not work perfectly, but it works as best as it can. Yeah, I think so. It's my first time watching you live. I've been watching all the VODs for KSP2. Keep up the good work. Thanks, the boss. Dolls. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'm glad people listen to me. Like, not because I'm like, oh, don't listen to the other guy or anything. Like, Tim Dodd is a good buddy of mine. He's awesome. He's a great STEM guy. Like, his videos are awesome. The new one that he has with the turbo pumps, oh, that's a good video. But yeah, I'm really grateful that people sit here and they listen to me. And thanks for all the support, guys. I can't thank you guys enough.
Discovery.
What's that, Breeze? I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah, great, Hellfish. Nice. Hey, Hippie, 3-month resub. Thanks, dude. Yeah, MG, yeah, there you go. What does T plus minus stand for? That's how close we are to the count. It's 0, T plus 0, or T minus 0. That's when the rocket leaves the pad, drummer. Everything is on a timeline here. It's a carefully sequenced, choreographed sequence of events to get the rocket to work. You can see it, Brain Freeze, you can see rockets from, hey Corza, 15 months. Brain Freeze, you could see rockets from Orlando. It's better to fly to, you could just go to Titusville. You could see them from Titusville or get to KSCVC. Yeah, everybody should go see one of these things launch when they go. It's really I was going to say it's really out of this world, but it's really cool. Go check it out, dude. Sorry. What's that, Sebi?
The go, no-go polling
nice.
from Mission Control is coming up here in just a couple of minutes,
Your
around
puns are stellar.
T-minus 16 minutes. We're going to stand by and continue listening in, awaiting that poll.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah, Marcel, everyday astronaut. Tim's awesome. He's good people. Yeah, go sub to his YouTube channel. And I am in no way supported by him, nor he me. Like, it's good information. Tim knows his stuff. He's good. And the best part about Tim is that if he doesn't know it, he'll find somebody that does. That's the best part. That's what makes his channel so damn good. Titello, thanks for the Prime sub. I do appreciate it. Ronnie, they're going to try for orbital. There's no payload on board. They just have a nose cone where the fairing would go, but the stretch goal is making it to orbit. I mean, good YouTube videos, Airborne. He built his brand by putting out good content, man. What's the planned orbit? It's just a low Earth parking orbit, Cammy, as far as I can tell. Looking to be like 200 by 210 at 27 degrees inclined. So they're launching straight due east. Hey, Simulated, give this up to Budgie Games. Fluffy, you were lucky enough to see a space shuttle launch from the Causeway and saw SpaceX launch and return to land from Jetty Park. Fluffy, yeah. Seeing the rockets come back down is really cool, dude. I saw the first one, dude. I was on SR-401 at the Space Force Station South entrance for the Orbcom 2 mission. I was there. I saw the first Falcon 9 come back down, dude. It was wild. Yep, they're just trying to send it up into space. That's right, Cammy. Yep. Okay, so we should be coming up on the go, no go poll here very soon. Actually, Tim started streaming on Twitch back in the day. He started doing Twitch streams here. Yeah. He used to watch this stream back in the day, dude. Which, I mean, he told me that when we were in Amsterdam, and I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, dude, I watched your stream a lot back in the day. I'm like, holy crap, dude, that's freaking cool. Cheers, you know, I'm gonna go buy you a beer now. Thanks, Brain Freeze, I appreciate that. Falcon Heavy 2, yep. Do you think it will go today? We'll find out in 16 minutes, man. Electron already scrubbed, guys. But we do have Crew 5 splashdown happening a little bit later in the night. I think that's 8 o'clock. It's been a while since you've gone and seen a launch. Any plans to go to the Cape or Wallops? Bandit, I have the truck, the 97, but the 97 isn't ready. But yeah, I'd like to in the future. Yeah, Hokey. Yeah, CRS-16. Booster 1050. The grid fin got stuck. And it spiraled around, and it deploying the landing legs increased moment of inertia, and it actually landed in the drink intact. Starts at 8, but capsule should touch down at 9. That sounds right, Doom. Yep. If I go to the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center, would you recommend ear protection? No, you don't need ear protection that close. I mean, maybe for a kid, brain freeze, sure. But not for us, dude. Your KSCVC is pretty far away from the pads. But the thing about it is that Florida is really freaking flat. You can see the pads pretty damn clear if you're up in the air. You can see them. Yeah, poison for sure. Okay, John. Noted. So once again, we're at T-minus 15 minutes, guys. The launch director is going to go through the go, no, go poll. They have basically a clear window to launch, well, until 4 o'clock. So they're targeting the very end of their launch window. They're targeting the very end of the launch window here. They did have 2 holds today. The first attempt, they held at T-minus 70 seconds. There was a boat in the range. Somebody basically sailed into the imaginary corridor where the rocket's going to launch, where if it failed, debris could come down. That was quickly dispatched. No, not like that. They told the guy to turn around, and he did. Then they tried a second attempt. The second attempt scrubbed at T-minus 0.5 seconds. If I had to guess, it looked like something went wrong with one of the engines, basically a weird start condition. The reason why I say that is because one of the engines started sputtering a little bit. But the launch director and teams of Relativity have basically said that it's
all parties on nets.
Well, good to go.
Go no-go poll for
here we go.
Launch.
Let's see
Please
if they're ready.
Proceed in the launch operations with go no-go.
They're lightning rods baked. You don't want lightning hitting that thing. It would be bad. It's bad for it. Yeah, so they put lightning rods around it. They had a bad experience once with Apollo 12. It almost blew up in mid-flight because it got hit by lightning.
GNC.
Guidance navigation.
Flight software. Prop 1. Prop 2. Boots 1. Boots 2.
We're not hearing one side of the
loads. Rock.
Ranges go.
OSM. RC.
RC go.
Vehicle. CE. LC. LC go. All parties are reported go for launch countdown.
All right, our team is being relentless here. We are not giving up, and we're going to give this one more shot with an instantaneous window at 1400 Eastern. As you heard, all parties have reported they are go for launch.
And just a reminder, 1600 for that launch. And as we continue to wait, let's remind you what we have inside of our nose cone.
13 minutes, guys.
So we don't have a customer payload on board, but we do have our special memento, which is our first ever 3D printed piece from our Stargate printer. As we mentioned before, it was a failed print, but this is just special for us as we get to this moment. As a reminder, that piece is about 6.5 inches in diameter and weighs about 3 pounds, and it is our first completed circular test article for which we used our first generation aluminum alloy. Since then, we added a machined centerpiece with GLHF and our mitosis logo to commemorate this maiden launch. We'll go ahead and tune back in to mission control and wait as we get closer and closer to launch.
Yeah, Tim Ellis, the CEO of Relativity, is a huge StarCraft fan. That's why with this rocket is called Terran 1. You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up, good to go. Rock and roll. And the pipe, 5x5. And my personal favorite, Battle Cruiser Operation. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. I really have to go. Number 1. Insufficient Vespine gas. You've not enough minerals. God, I love that game. Need a light? Ready for your SpongeBob? Oh, good old StarCraft.
T-minus 10 minutes. Countdown sequence has started.
Okay. How long?
And you heard that call out. We're currently at under T-minus 10 minutes. And in the upcoming minutes,
All right,
once again,
ad
you're
time.
going to hear several call outs from Mission Control as we go through the final
2011
pre-launch
hypersonic,
procedural steps, including priming of the igniters, final engine checkouts, transporter erection retraction, and getting that final go for launch.
Transporter erector.
Again, we're now pressing the tanks
Going to flight targets.
to flight pressures.
Okay, tanks are going to flight pressure. I'm going to run the ad. We're inside of 10 minutes so people don't get pre-rolls during the launch. All right. And if you didn't see any ad, well, congratulations. I'm going to turn this back on. So the reason why I run it, guys, is I'm not usually a big ads guy, but it would suck if somebody to see an ad right in the middle of, when that timer hits 0. You don't want to see an ad then. So I run the ads to disable pre-rolls so people won't see them. Yeah, Cornbread, it's the transporter erector. Freudian slip. It happens. I've said dumb stuff on stream before, dude. Oh, that's for you. Nice. Nice. 20 minutes. Hypersonic, yeah.
Stage 1 will be transitioning to helium shortly.
If they get to...
Stage 1 pneumatics have transitioned to helium.
Okay. Here we go. Tank press.
Once again, that means we're pressurizing the propellant tanks to flight pressures with helium. And as a reminder, during flight, we'll be pressurizing using autogenous
Methane.
pressurization.
It's an LNG purge flame, Funky Flex. Howling to decay.
Tanks are pressing for engine chill.
Yeah, of course. This is no usable payload. The second stage in payload, if they hit nominal orbit insertion, will come back down eventually. A couple of weeks. 200 by 210 is the target orbit that they're aiming for. That will come down. Yeah, that will come down. That's 120 miles. That's the decaying orbit. What are ads? Commercials that pop up in the middle of the stream, Taven. You don't have that because you're a sub. Yes, Aqualex, it would.
Since we're getting into the business end, let's remind you about our launch timeline.
Kunta,
Take it away.
So again, at T-minus 3 minutes, the transporter erector or the black truss structure behind the vehicle is going to retract just a few degrees to give the proper angle for umbilical separation. At this point, the vehicle will of course be on internal power. At T-minus 70 seconds,
Stage 2 igniters flight targets.
the vehicle will go into terminal
Sometimes
count, and this is again when the vehicle's internal flight computer takes control of the countdown. We'll then go into flight termination checks and get FTS go from the launch conductor in coordination with the mission flight control officer and operations safety manager. At T-minus 6, we're going to see that ignition one more time of those 9 Aeon 1 engines. So you'll see the flames, the blue fire, I should say, beneath the rocket.
Stage 2 igniters priming in.
And at T0, we'll have liftoff. At T plus 2 seconds, the strong back is going to throw back to remove the umbilicals and clear the path for the vehicle to fly. At T plus 12 seconds, we'll begin our pitch over program. And then at T plus 80 seconds, we're going to reach max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure. This is again where the structural loads on the vehicle are the highest, making it one of the more challenging phases of flight.
At approximately T plus 160 seconds, we will get to main engine cutoff. That is where the stage 1 engines will shut off, and it will be followed shortly by stage separation and Aeon vacuum engine ignition. Our second stage will burn for a little under 5 minutes. Then at approximately T plus 463 seconds, we'll get to second engine cutoff when that Aeon vacuum engine will shut off. And as a reminder, we do not have a fairing or any payload deployments for today's first launch. With that, we'll go ahead and sit back and listen back to mission control.
What are the chances? Well, we'll find out in 5 minutes, Corn. If it doesn't go in 5 minutes, guys, if they have another hold condition, you're done. The window's closed.
We're currently priming the igniters with gaseous oxygen and gaseous hydrogen. Again, our ignition system uses these propellants flowing across a glow plug.
A hydrogen igniter with a glow plug is very curious. I'm not too familiar with that type of igniter. I mean, I know what a glow plug does.
Less than 5 minutes away.
Interesting. What was the LCC? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which was the launch control center?
Stage 1 igniters priming in.
Okay, here we go. Heat up those glow plugs.
GLHF, again, is our maiden launch. So a nominal flight would have Terran 1 reach orbit today, but our main goal is to learn as much as we can about this vehicle and demonstrate the product concept. A major milestone would be for us to reach max Q today, the point of maximum dynamic pressure.
Yeah, a hydrogen igniter is very strange.
Stage 2 is on internal power.
The auto sequencer saw something shady that it didn't like on the previous attempt. It scrubbed at 0.5 seconds.
And the TE
cradle disengaged.
TE cradle, there we go, disengaged. You'll see that cradle arm slowly start releasing stage 2 so that the starting bag can retract.
The rocket can only stand up by itself when its tanks are at flight pressure. So after they've pressed the tanks for flight, that's when they remove the cradle. That's why it's called a strong back. The rocket can't stand up with no fuel in the tanks. The rockets need the fuel in the tanks for structural rigidity, particularly the tank pressure. That's why they release the arms after they pressurize the tanks. There is your thrust vector control checkout.
And you can see the engines gimbaling there. We're performing the final thrust vector control health checks on both stages right before liftoff.
So a plane...
You can see stage 1
is on internal power.
A plane would have control surfaces that you would need to test right before you take off. You test the rudder, make sure the rudder's working, the elevators, ailerons, right? On a rocket, they're actually moving the engine for control. There's no need for a control surface because a wing's not going to do anything up in space. You need the engines to be able to turn. That's called gimbaling, right? The engines are basically on a U-joint or a ball joint that can allow them to spin or wiggle around like that. And they have 2 hydraulic actuators that will push it up and down or left and right. They want to make sure that all those systems are working. Being able to steal the rocket when it launches is kind of important. Just a little bit.
Page 2 TVC checkout.
It has to be pressurized, no one. Yeah, the name of the game with a rocket is mass.
As we approach
you need the rocket to be as light as possible.
2 minutes, just a reminder, the vehicle you're looking at is 85% 3D printed.
85. There's no gimbal on the center engine, Zymus.
Those white clouds you see coming out of the rocket are due to the venting of the chilled gas from the vehicle into the humid air that we have here in Florida. That's why it condenses into vapor and it looks like clouds that are floating out.
So that right there is
You'll also see the flare stack on the bottom right there. That is just used to vent out flammable gases.
So what they're doing right there is getting all of the gaseous oxygen and LNG out of the system. If you note that LNG flame, it was really started to burn. They're getting all of the fuel and oxidizer out of the lines because you don't want to light the pad on fire when the rocket goes to launch. It's going to get a little warm right here in a second. You see there's black soot in the flames. That means it's a lot of fuel. They're getting it all out. Stand by, 5 seconds till auto sequencer start.
We got confirmation. Range is green for launch.
They should have gone for auto sequence to start.
Propellant topping closeout. Flight computer and countdown.
Okay. The onboard computer is now controlling all the functions on the vehicle. It's hands off. From now, the flight controllers are basically just watching the numbers, and if anything goes south, they'll say something. But the onboard computers are controlling the vehicle. 45 hold.
Announcement on countdown, that is the LD. We've had a board and terminal count. This is a final instantaneous T0 launch window. We are going to be scrubbed for the day. Safing up the vehicle. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, my Saturday is great, PY. All right. The auto sequencer caught another abort condition.
Throttle up.
Thanks for playing. Damn. Well, that blows. Guys, it's a new rocket. It's a new rocket. This stuff happens. You want to maximize your chances of success. They want to try to get the test flight as close to perfect as possible.
Our teams obviously gave it an amazing shot today, and we had high hopes for sending our Terran 1 off. But we're going to continue to take a measured approach so we can ultimately see this rocket off to max Q and beyond.
Once we have an update on the timing of our next launch attempt, we will share that via Twitter at Relativity Space. We hope you will join us again soon to see the world's first 3D printed rocket fly. I am Rachelle Aniceto.
And I'm Arwa Tizani Kelly. Thank you. See you next time.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we don't want no scrubs. But, you know, you shouldn't go chasing waterfalls, okay? What? What? That's a saying. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? All right. Well, they cut that pretty quick. Jeez. All right. They cut that pretty fast. Hey, Muffin, 69-month resub. Thank you. And Cyclone had a 73 in there. All right, dudes. Yeah, scrubs happen. It's a test flight, guys. I mean, it sucks to build up all that, you know, build up all that hype and then just, never mind, bye. And then the cast just cut. That sucks. It's not fun, but, you know, if the auto sequencer sees something that it doesn't like, that means it's telling you that the rocket's not going to make it into space, you know? So you got to kind of listen to that. You shouldn't really force the issue with this stuff. I'm actually, frankly, surprised they recycled it after that engine did that sputtering that we saw. I'm actually, yeah, super surprised that they did it. But, yeah, they tried again, and it was no good. But the rocket's still in one piece, and the pad is okay, and that's kind of what matters, you know? It took years to get to this point, right? It takes years to put a rocket together. It takes years to start a company. It takes years to figure out how to 3D print the stupid thing, right? Like, it takes years to figure it out. You don't want to blow it in 5 minutes because, you know, you're getting a little anxious, all right? You gotta kind of meter your expectations there. But that it does suck. And yeah, some days you don't fly. That's 2 scrubs for the day. Believe it or not, Electron did scrub as well. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. But it is what it is, dudes. Yeah, I mean, they'll, you know, if they had sent it and the thing blew up, you know, then your pad's down for a year. You know, if they scrub it, you know, a couple of times, you can figure out what's wrong and launch it in a week. I'd rather wait a week than a year. You know what I mean? And sometimes you see people in the industry that would not want to wait that long, and the rocket fails. It fails. Like, I don't know what you want. 2 scrub Saturdays. So yeah, we're 2 for 2 on scrubs for the day, which does suck, but hey, that happens. It happens, man. I just appreciate the time that you guys give me. We had fun, right? It was fun. Hopefully you learned something. But something that is happening a little bit later in the day is Crew Dragon, a NASA SpaceX commercial crew mission is coming back down. The coverage for the deorbit and entry, descent, and landing for Dragon starts at 8. So I'm going to be here. And then after that, I usually play GTA on Saturday nights with viewers. So if you want to come race with us, we're gonna do Saturday night racing in GTA where we race a 16 race playlist. So we're gonna do that a little bit later in the day. I'll be back right when the coverage for Crew 5 picks up. I have no food in my house because I've literally been playing Kerbal and sleeping for the past like 3 weeks. So I need to go grocery shopping because I need food. So, we can, like do more streams. And kind of, you got to eat, I got to eat. No one likes the tuna here. So I'm going to get some milk. Dude, I'm serious. Ask Bree. I've done nothing but sleep and play KSP for like the last 3 weeks, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, should I be mad about that? Like, I don't know. I ran out of coffee today, Aranor. I ran out of coffee, dude. Dude, that's not good. I gotta go to the store. I'll see you guys at 8, dudes. So 8 is about 4 hours from now. That's a little bit late for the Euro, guys. So if I don't see you a little bit later tonight, I hope you have a good weekend. The Kerbal streams and doing that Min-Miss challenge, that starts at noontime on Monday. I'll be here. We're going to try to send a rover SSTO to Min-Miss, drive around the entire surface of Min-Miss, and then fly back and land back on the runway at KSC. That's going to be fun. We're going to try to do the Min-Miss challenge on the absolute hardest difficulty. So, that's going to happen on Monday, but we do have Crew 5 undocking a little bit, or Crew 5 entry, descent, and landing. Undocking was last night, so we're going to see a Dragon. We're going to see a Dragon come back down and get recovered, and the 4 astronauts that have been up there 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut that have been up there for 6 months come back down. That's always cool. If you want to learn more about that, I'll be here answering questions, watching the coverage, and having a good time with everybody. And hopefully not saying, well, I think they're going to fail. Sorry, I had to get a jab in. Anyway. I'm sorry, I had to. Oh, it's so... All right, anyway. I'll see you guys at 8. Let's see who we can raid in the meantime. Let's see if anybody's playing Kerbal. A lot of people want to see Kerbal. Let's see who's playing Kerbal. You love this channel? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I love hanging out with you guys. It's fun. It's fun. We have fun here and we learn stuff, which is cool. Let's see. Let me see. Who's out and about? Okay. Let's see. Give me a second. We'll look around and see who we can find. Raid Fabio? That's who I was thinking, dude. So, my buddy Flying Fabio does a flight sim channel, but he does STEM and teaches people about planes and how they work and stuff. So, I think we should go see what Fabio's up to. So, if you like what I do, teaching people about space flights, Fabio does that with airplanes. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty good with planes myself, but I'm not an actual pilot like him. So, he knows, I will defer to his judgment when it comes to planes. I can build planes, though. I can build planes. So, anyway... let's go see what Fabio's up to over there. I'll give him a raid. Go post some panels over there in his chat, and I will see you guys in about 4 hours. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and thank you for everybody at Bit Tips and Sub. Hokie, I'll grab a pizza on the way back, just for you. And I will see you guys in about 4. Thanks for watching. All right, have a good day if I don't see you, and have a good weekend if I don't see you a little bit later tonight. Thanks, guys. Peace.